them cliches. Let's seize the day, all hold hands as it breaks away. Let's seize the day, all hold hands as it breaks away. You can do it, you can do it. Yes you can. Wow! I am I, and I intend to go, go, go. Like Frida Kahlo painting on the poor in your fuck off wall. Like Tracy Emin in our unmade bed listening to the fall. Like Flavor Flav in the club running on the back of John Wayne. Like David Attenborough clubbing steel clubbers with LeBron James. How'd you like them cliches? Now seize the day, all hold hands as it breaks away. Now seize the day, all hold hands as it breaks away. You can do it, you can do it. Wow! It's all about the confidence. Your joke how fucking saggy. 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 Let's seize the day, all hold hands as it breaks away. Let's seize the day, all hold hands as it breaks away. You can do it. You can do it.
Discover new music at listener-powered KE.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something. All right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like,
they had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
That is
and
the
getting her
best
done.
shit fucking
You know, shopping
ever.
for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that like playing with.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. good morning, people. Happy Friday. Happy Higgins Day. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I've got weak internet apparently. Sorry about that. I could see that I'm fuzzy. Not much I can do about that. I apologize for that. But yeah. Hopefully they fix whatever's going on in my area. Because the weather has been really bad here. But anyway, yes, I know I'm blurry. I got it. Thank you. But we we've got an excellent day planned today. Now we're gonna have to deal with a lot of boring fluff coming from Lolly as far as direct testimony with Brian Higgins, but I have a special guest that'll be joining me. Turtle Boy is scheduled to join me, so I'm looking forward to that. I sent him the link, so whenever he's ready to jump on, he can jump on. And I Belly Little says lollipop. I wish that dude would pop at least some point. He looks like he's ready to pop any second, doesn't he? Let me bring up the Karen Reed's biggest fan first, real quick. Here, there we go. While we wait for court to begin, and while we wait for Turtle Boy to join us, oh my God, this did not just happen.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super 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 dad.
Little Irish girl, thank you so much. Don't think it can happen to you. We are Karen Reed, justice for John O'Keefe. Let's fucking go. Happy birthday, Cherry. Yes. Happy birthday, Cherry. Oh my goodness. And hold on, we also got one from let's see, Uncle Fredo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Will, for everything. Thank you. It means the whole world that you guys are here. Seriously. Terry's just going with it now. It's just like, oh, whatever. It's my birthday. I don't care. So yeah, we this is gonna be it's gonna be, I'm expecting a big bore for a while. I'm expecting to see images of 34 Fairview. I'm expecting to see Waterfall bar and grill footage that we've seen 100 times already. I am expecting to see I'm expecting to find out that it was snowing on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Lori Ann, thank you so much. Good morning. Happy birthday, Cherry. Thank you, Will. Yes, my camera. There's nothing wrong with my camera. My internet signal is very, very low. Nothing that I can do about that. I will try to exit out and exit back in and see if that helps. Give me 1 second, folks. Oh, I think that did it. Okay, cool. I guess I just had to refresh. Sometimes all you got to do is refresh. Sometimes all you got to do is take the cartridge out, blow into it, stick it back in just a little bit, so that you got to kind of like, so it clicks when you push down, you know how it works. Um, so, yeah. Now, yes, Nintendo. Yes, you guys. Yes, my Gen X people here know exactly what I'm talking about. What do you mean he won't take the stand? Of course he's going to take the stand. He's been subpoenaed. He's been called by the. Okay, this is the thing about Higgins. Hold on. Did I missed one, I think. Hold on. Okay. What's the time frame around when this case will end? I'd say probably another 3 weeks, give or take. Considering that they're not doing shit for except for like a half a day next week. Ginger Freckles, thank you so much. Happy Friday, free Karen Reed, right on. And Joseph just sent me a Venmo. Thank you so much. Let me see what that says. I don't know if there's a note to it or not. No. Oh, free Karen Reed. Yes. And we've got. Oh, wait. Parakeet just became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. And folks, we've got Turtle Boy in the house.
What's going
up,
on,
buddy?
How are you?
Doing good, man. How are you doing?
Just getting gassed up. Driving to New Jersey now, heading down there. So should be about a
Joyce.
Wedding starts at 1, so it's like a 3 and a. I should get there right around then, but I'll be joining you guys. It's actually perfect timing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right on. So we'll be we've got Turtle Boy joining us while he takes a nice long road trip. So that should be fun. I think you're frozen, dude. Yeah, Turtle Boy's frozen. Oh, wait.
Okay, am I back?
Yeah, you're back. And I hear sound coming from the courtroom, so I think you're just in time.
Am I back?
Yes, you were back. Can you hear me?
All right, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Can you hear? Well, they haven't said anything yet, but okay, court unmuted and then they muted again. But
okay.
I'm hoping that on your phone there you could still hear the court. Okay.
I can hear it. Yep, I can hear it just fine.
Okay, cool.
Am I making too much noise on my end?
Not at all. I get more worried because the last time you were on, you were cutting out a lot. Like whatever the mic setup or the StreamYard setup you had going on was cutting out. But it doesn't seem like that's happening now, so that's good. I'm really glad that's
awesome.
That's
all right, man. It's gonna be a good day.
So what? Yeah. What are your expectations for today?
I have no expectations for like I was saying earlier for the first time.
Predictions. Predictions is a better word to use.
Well, this is the first witness that we don't know what they're going to say. We knew exactly what Jen McCabe was going to say. We knew she was going to deny everything and lie. But, like, Higgins is the wild card in all this. So, like,
totally.
I don't know what the fuck is going to happen to that. I have no clue. None.
Yeah, because I was talking about this last night when I was live, and I was, like, trying to brainstorm and think out loud about it because there's this proffer thing, and if the federal investigation is going to come up, I would imagine that it's going to come up during cross on his testimony.
Unmuted. Right.
So I'm hoping for that, but oh, here we go.
Like some people are like, is he? I mean, he has the. If he wanted, did I lose you?
No, you're here.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm getting on the pike right now.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cadoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record? Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for the Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Joyce. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My apologies.
Oh God, I hate
Yeah,
Adam Lally, dude.
Dude, he's the. I mean, like,
so boring.
I would say I hate no one more if like Mello wasn't in the picture. Like, there's nobody worse than Mello. There's nobody worse than Mello.
No, there's no one more incompetent.
Right.
We still don't know if he's on the case or not. Like she said, they entered into discovery yesterday, a text message, but between her and Brian Tully on April 28th, in which she sends a screenshot of a text message that says, "Hi, Lindsay, it's Ken Mello. This is my new phone number. I'm no longer on the Aiden Carney case." And she sends that screenshot to Tully, all furious. And she's like, you put me and my children in extreme danger. I'm not testifying against him anymore. He wins. And they entered that into evidence. And then yesterday they said that text message is fake. Like, what? You guys entered a fake text? What? I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what to believe. Mello wasn't there again. They claimed he had surgery or some shit. I think he's making the whole thing up, to be perfectly honest with you. Like,
Of course. So, like, why, if it's fake, why wouldn't they check to see if it's fake before they enter it into evidence? I know. This is insane. Like, I'm so sorry you're going through everything you're going through, man. And I feel so bad for Bradel too. Like,
well, he's getting paid. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll be good. But yeah.
But still, I mean, like they attacked him. You know what I mean? Like Mello, like attacked him. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, he like smeared his character. Dude's been like doing his job for like 35 years. Everybody likes him. He's well respected. And then all of a sudden, this Mello guy comes along and it's just like, he's nefarious. He's plotting to intimidate witnesses in jail. Like, what?
Yeah, totally insane.
Please, Mr.
Who's in court today? I can't really see.
I can't really tell.
That Jackie Dougal?
Grant's pants are in the chat right now, and they say that he's in court.
Yeah, because Justin Machado's not there. That's why.
Okay.
Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Wow, dude.
In the flesh. I can't wait for this.
Yes, I do. Good morning.
Ooh, you suck.
Good morning.
Look at this guy, fucking meathead.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And,
You guys probably testified in 100
Barnstable
fucking
County,
trials.
Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for this?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
Can you recall, was that early January?
Interesting
late January?
timing.
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable?
Dude owns
or
2
did you
houses.
live, somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that. On the specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that day initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who were killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there?
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how
At least he's moving it along, it seems.
Drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
Yeah, it's true.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And
taxpayers pay for my
what
gas.
relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit.
May have.
And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz. Through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space.
Is he fucking crying?
I had also moved there, so it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff.
Am I crazy?
And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an officer desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department, where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Daisy
Now,
Duke.
As far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather, or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
What the fuck do you use a plow for? Oh my god!
Hillside, you know,
Unreal.
Use the fucking snow.
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely
Christ.
would have been
I can't
dark
believe
at that
this.
time.
It was time.
The Hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with?
It's a fucking bar.
Yes.
It's a fucking bar.
And
There's
about
great
how
food
long was
there.
it after you arrived at Brian Albert?
Oh my god.
Shortly thereafter, probably, because he was. I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous. But it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the Hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me.
Let me guess. Potato skins and Bud
he
Light.
left.
And do you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
Oh, okay.
And as far as where...
I mean, he had me until he said ginger. Fucking ginger.
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Kent Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to...
Yeah, the old ball and chain.
Yes.
The old ball and chain.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're
For some
familiar
grab
with.
ass.
You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And
got hammered there.
with respect to this evening, so you leave from the Hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
What do you look at the fucking sky like Crocodile Dundee to find out what time it was?
Waterfall, you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his
I'm
family
in Connecticut.
and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now,
For a little grab
with respect
acid
to,
and,
to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2022?
He's a good friend.
Play
He's a
grab ass.
coworker.
Yeah.
I had been working closely with his unit.
Oh, I bet you did.
I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
It's too easy.
And so when you came over
too
to
easy.
the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, were you...
Today, Junior?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of, throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
It
no
was.
arguments or anything
A lot
like
of
that
grab
that you
ass.
observed from anybody that was present?
A lot of grab.
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And
Who I was trying to
be
bang.
clear when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record,
Look at Karen. She's just like, bro.
I do.
you identified.
Bro, I'm not gonna fuck you.
An article
Yeah, exactly.
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect that identification defended by the police.
Yes.
Now, With regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as
He knows who they
how
are.
long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he does.
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
He was with the girl I wanted to fuck.
To the occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them in other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could.
Oh, here we go.
Back. Let me ask you this: as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Try to fuck her. Okay, gotcha.
Through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his
kind of
phone number,
question
but
is
I
that?
knew it was him.
Oh my fucking God, Lally.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the Waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the Waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
In Brian Albert's ass.
And Miss Reed came into the Waterfall. What, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
Other one with the
And what, if
fucking
any,
drink in the
observations did you
coat.
make of the glass that Miss Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to
There
find out
video of
where,
that?
on it?
Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been prior to coming to the Waterfall? Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw,
Oh my God.
with reference to
Really?
Waterfall and/or C.F.
Yeah,
McCarthy's,
seriously.
what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well,
Oh my God.
I've never done
it wasn't
inventory.
from the Waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the Waterfall had.
Because I was a dishwasher
So let me
there.
ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the Waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the Waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Small talk, fair to say.
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the Waterfall, what
Yeah,
if
trying
any
to fuck his girl,
conversations
so.
did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Right.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the Waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the Waterfall on the 28th or 29th.
Because I'm the worst fucking lawyer ever.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the Waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Did you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well.
And do you recall?
Because I'm a cock.
As far as that text message, why?
Oh, yes, it was.
To be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
What?
Now,
Was it or not?
around midnight or so, when
Flirty
you
text.
leave the Waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me
No, that's a yes.
take it back just one step.
Yeah, but he goes, I
At
guess
some
she
point
could
over the
view
course
it.
of the evening,
So
while
you-
you're at the Waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around
Oh,
the
that's what he
table as
said?
far
Okay.
as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back
Drink?
to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so when you're leaving. Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the Waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
So right there, he's.
Recall her ever
How would he know what
something
John's
there?
typical drink would be?
Drinking out of a glass different than the one she
I don't know.
for Coke.
Well, because they're homies, right?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the Waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Oh my God, here we go. Is this the house you parked at?
So he's gonna say he parked in the street.
Yeah, yeah, in front of the mailbox right there.
34 Fairview.
Ryan Nagel must have missed that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there.
No way Karen picked up
So
enough
Higgins, with
speed
that laser pointer
to
now,
hit John and not hit his Jeep.
direct jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house. You do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle. And where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So we had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point,
So was it one or
after your
two?
arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking
Best
about.
in the
in
brightest
young
there,
Brian,
guy.
About how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker, and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows, the door, or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now,
what?
When you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
What?
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
What? He left
I think
that
I was
early?
probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that
That
you
means John was
described would have
fresh
still
on the
been in the
line.
house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now,
This is much different than Jen McCabe's
indicated
testimony.
earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
What?
And
Shut
beyond the
up.
people that you described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
And you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle.
Oh, this
Yes.
motherfucker right here.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the
I
time
can tell you
after
why
you
that's a lie
exited
in a minute.
From the home, what if any change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall.
He loves
what
to
was it
talk
like
about
when
the
you came out?
accumulation.
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to...
You went there for
your
minutes
Jeep,
and left?
Can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away?
Yeah,
What
because all they had to
no
drink
sense.
was beer. His excuse is
So
he's
I got
not a
in the
beer
Jeep,
drinker.
Started it up. May have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it again is called a fish stick. It's on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
It's AI, so
Is that correct?
Yes, it's hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up
thank
and
you for
down,
clearing that up.
is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you're pulling, when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as
he's establishing whether or not he could
people away
see
from the house, is that right?
when he was leaving.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall
So
whether
Karen
or
was
not there were
gone,
any
he's saying.
tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at
Well, Matt
34
saw the tire
Fairview
tracks from the
and where
window,
did you
but he
go?
couldn't see him right
I went
there.
back to the camp police.
Why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people
Switched
that you knew
vehicles
were
because
at
drinking on the job is with a company vehicle is wrong, but you
Getting
went back to
the police
move
station, and with regard to the Canton Police
vehicles that are government vehicles
Yeah,
what, if any,
while you were drunk.
access did you
Good
have
job.
to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you
I have so many questions.
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. generally in the parking lot. When you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port?
Fucking go.
Yes, that's, I mean, that would
gives a
be
shit?
the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went
talking about the
on,
traffic, but
that
yeah.
particular early morning when you came back?
Fucking asshole drivers.
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come in, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station, is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening?
Newly promoted.
When you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when
Sergeant.
you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's
Real quick.
probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Brian Albert says he saw Colin Albert,
Now,
right?
The key
Right.
that you
Brian
went to
Higgins
your office
says he
to get
got
a
to the
key,
house
correct?
before
Yes.
Brian
And
Albert.
why had you left?
So
the
how
key
did
to one of
Brian
the
Higgins
vehicles?
not see Colin Albert?
So as I stated earlier,
got
I
there before
anticipated
Brian
not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, the Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, Bob,
here we go.
Recall like what it was that you did when you got home.
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
After a long night of ass grabbing, I did some ass dialing.
That morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, and who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
Because that's not shady at all.
Is that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to Waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert,
Here comes the butt dial
based
excuse.
on whatever information that you
butt dial.
learned from that,
Yep.
What did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
So you didn't
Now,
knock,
with
you just
regard
walked in.
To, starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house again?
So I saw Brian. I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor. If sustained, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
Liar. Hey, what? What?
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group?
Wally's even stumped.
Objection.
Yeah.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lilly.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes.
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as
a
you
gun that he
mentioned
planted.
sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands. I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is
That
it
these
that
people in
you
their screenshots
generated these from your phone?
I consulted a
motherfucker,
coworker,
I just told
who's
you.
also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and
Right,
Mr. Lee,
Microdot's? Like, you just hand over your phone, bro.
the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to you?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is.
Dude.
Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as
why did you just say
when
that?
You provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Dude,
may I approach the witness?
You are full of shit, homie. You're a federal agent, and you can't answer these
So it
questions.
looks like you didn't-
Just fucking. Go ahead, man.
So much for the Brian Higgins flipped narrative, huh? So much for Brian Higgins flipped, huh? He's basically just doing
Right.
the same shit that McAlberts did.
Totally.
Yeah. All you assholes who said, I fucking hate people that send me bad tips. Oh, he fucking flipped and he's going to come in here tomorrow and shut the fuck. Stop sending me bad tips. I fucking hate these people. He's just like all the other McAlberts. He's sitting up there
right.
fucking lying.
Covering his ass. Like, of course, I mean, he didn't flip if the prosecution's calling him up. He's their witness.
Right, right.
One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those. Familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can.
I mean, this guy is.
Do you recognize what those are, sir? I'm sorry, could you say that? Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay, so we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one.
So Proctor never asked him for anything. He just volunteered stuff. And then specifically asked, how do I give you this stuff?
Yes.
Jesus, this is such a fucking crock of shit.
103. Is that the communications or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe for the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So
What a
He's out, he's trying
shitbag,
to see where
dude!
you
Trying to
are and if
fuck
you
this
wanna
guy's
meet up.
girl.
Yes.
Now,
Not
sir, if I
like
could
them.
direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch Patriots, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to?
Yes, Black Effect subs.
The date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th. How long ago?
So it was the 16th.
You got some
Might
feedback
have been the
going on there,
15th
Turtle
into
Boy.
the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch the game?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you,
So Wally's going to try to make Karen look like a harlot
Do
here.
you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when he was at?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
We were playing video games together.
And so
Unreal,
text,
this motherfucker
I'd like to
right
direct
here.
Your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's
Oh, God.
text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
I can't stand this motherfucker.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Stop acting like you're fucking crushed because you were trying to fuck this guy's girl behind his back.
Yeah,
and
it's a little difficult to read. I
he was
apologize.
reaching out to you to hang out.
So I would direct your attention to right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
It appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as.
So this guy's
Saturday,
throwing video game
12:20.
controllers playing with a kid?
Yes.
Like,
And is it
what's
your
wrong with this
recollection that
guy?
That was January 29th.
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
I approach this.
But I texted this
Yeah.
girl with shitty ass game.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and speak.
Dude, I can't stand this motherfucker, dude. Like, it's one thing to try to fuck the guy's girl behind his back. And then it's another thing to cry about his loss. And then it's a whole nother thing to cry about his loss after you're fucking lying about the circumstances of the night that he turns up dead. And Turtle Boy's muted. I don't know if Turtle Boy, do you know that you're muted? All right, so I think we're gonna. Well, the jury's walking out, but I don't know if they're going to. No, it's too early for the morning break. I think. Hold on. So is it a 15-minute recess already? But I feel like it's a void year.
Can you hear me all right? Am I in?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm having
No,
a
you're
couple
good.
issues here. Are they on recess?
I'm not sure. I feel like it's too early for that. But the jury has left the courtroom.
Yeah, it's fucking choppy.
We can hear you okay though. Yeah, guys, be patient because Turtle Boy is driving, so he might hit some bad signal areas from time to time. I'm trying to see. Hold on. Trying to get a view of who's in the press area. It doesn't look like Grant's in there, unless he like decided to dress properly. Okay, so Higgins left the courtroom apparently. Yeah, I mean, we would have an image of the fan if this was the recess. This is not recess yet.
Okay.
There's just a close up of Mr. Reed, and now they're panning over to the O'Keefe family. Now that's Mrs. O'Keefe. And let's see. Karen looks fed up. Is there any way we can actually send something for herself? Not the legal fees. I'm in Ireland and literally stuck on this case. No. The only thing that I can provide, maybe Turtle Boy has a way, but I can only provide her legal defense fund link. That's all I got.
What do they want to send her? A hug? What do they? I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question.
Virtual. I love the Irish though. There's a lot of new Irish and Scottish turtle riders that I've met. It's pretty wild, man. This is like an international sensation. This story.
It's wild, yeah, definitely. And I mean, to the person who sent that super chat, thank you. But the thought is at least there because I know that Karen Reed's cousin and her sister watch and follow and support. So I'm sure they're watching and I'm sure they're appreciative. I know it. Yeah, it's Sidebar definitely, but they all stood up. Everybody in the courtroom stood up. So I'm assuming that the jury left. Yeah, see, there's Liz Reed right there.
Hey, Liz Reed is here?
Yeah, yeah, she's in the chat.
Hey, Karen's sister?
Yeah. Yeah, she watches all the time.
She does?
Yeah.
Why doesn't she go?
I don't know. It's something you'd have to ask her.
I mean, her and I, we've talked briefly like a year ago, but I hope she goes.
Yeah. Okay, so apparently her Venmo is in her justice page. Yeah, Liz Reed and Kelly Reed frequent the chat here quite a bit.
Yeah, I know Kelly's a regular. I've never seen Liz before, but that's good to see.
Yeah,
Yeah, we spoke briefly on Instagram like about a year ago. She messaged.
okay.
Yeah, but I hope she goes. I hope she goes to one of these. She should definitely go. I'd encourage that. Life is too short. Go see your sister. But yeah, man. So what the fuck are they doing here? Anybody know? I went to the bathroom real quick and they come back and it's just silence.
Dude, I have no idea. Well, I don't know if you were watching, or listening, but this dude starts talking about. He starts crying. He started crying on the stand, talking about.
Higgins he was crying.
Yeah, talking about playing games with John's nephew. And then reading a text message talking about that. Did I break your video game? Because apparently he fucking rage quit and fucking threw a fucking controller of John's nephew's video game all drunk on Hennessy. Apparently,
wow,
what a dick! Like this guy's out here trying to fuck his girl, breaking his nephew's video games and shit, and then he's gonna sit up there and cry on the stand. Let's not forget that he's up there lying about the circumstances of his friend's death. But
yeah,
this is insane.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so much for Higgins being the guy that's gonna. I knew he wasn't gonna do some crazy. I said that this morning. I'm like, you're not gonna see some too crazy shit. Now the defense says they have fireworks, so
right.
We'll see what. I guarantee they got some text messages they're gonna confront him with. You don't really know about these guys until the defense asks some real questions, you know?
Totally. Right. I mean, we know we're just going to get a whole bunch of fluff and song and dance from Lolly and a bunch of time wasting.
Right.
But yeah, the real stuff happens when the defense is like, oh, did you forget about this? Did you forget about that?
Yeah. And then they confront him with a text message, and you see him sweat, and you see him make up lies. It's disappointing. I thought that I don't understand why there's a divide between Higgins and the McAlberts at this point. If he's just going to be a loyal soldier to them, why wasn't he still? Seems like that's what he's doing.
Oh my God! Yeah, this is. I mean, so already, of course. I mean. It's bound to happen. I mean, mathematically, it's going to happen that his story is going to be inconsistent with at least some of the other people who were at 34 Fairview.
Right.
So it's like at this point, it's like, I part of me is like, okay, so who's lying? And then the better part of me is like, well, everybody's fucking lying.
Right.
So they just can't keep their story straight.
Again, it all comes down to me. The most obvious lie is that he didn't see Colin Albert. He didn't see Colin Albert, and that he wouldn't recognize Colin Albert. Like he's not reading these fucking stories, and he wouldn't know what Colin Albert looks like if he walked in the room. That's what he said. That's a lie right there. Of course, he would recognize Colin Albert. The bottom line is, according to his own testimony, he got there before Brian and Nicole Albert, and he plowed their driveway with like a dusting of snow. And then Brian Albert and Nicole Albert both testified that they saw Colin Albert on his way out. So if Brian Albert got there before them, then how did he not see Colin Albert on the way out? Riddle me that.
Right. So the one consistent thing that I'm seeing from the witnesses that were at 34 Fairview, all of their lies seem to have the common denominator of seemingly protecting Colin Albert.
Yes, the older child.
Right. And the thing is I'm still not like after that video you posted of the fight that he was in, do I think that based on the fact that everybody's protecting him, do I think that Colin Albert was involved? Absolutely. Do I think that he acted alone as far as what happened to John O'Keefe? Absolutely not. The kid can't fight for shit. He fought and beat up a Boston police officer to death? No fucking way. That kid is too soft. No skills. Yeah. So I
But
mean,
you know, he might have hit him in the back of the head to cause a 3-inch gash. Somebody did that. He might have done something stupid. It's just the most damning part, the most obvious way that we know that Colin Albert was most likely involved in this, is that they're trying so hard to hide him. Like, they're just going to such great extents. They're not trying to hide Brian Albert Jr. or Caitlin Albert, or anything, but they're trying to hide Colin. Why him?
right. I mean, it could be right, and I mean, it could be that that he was hit with a blunt object in the back of the head by Colin Albert from behind, and that could have caused the 2 black eyes from the blunt force trauma to the back of his head. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Yeah. I mean,
but the only way that Colin Albert acted alone, my point being that the only way Colin Albert acted alone is if he hit John O'Keefe with a sucker hit, you know, from behind. That's the only way that I could imagine him coming out on top of that situation.
Man. Oh, so are we officially on recess?
Yeah, it looks like there's a 20-30 minute recess here, apparently.
30 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, according to Good Citizen, let me see what's being posted on Twitter.
Yeah, follow it.
quick.
See what's going on.
See what I can find on Twitter here. Maybe Ted Daniel has something. Okay, yeah. Judge tells jury to take a 20-30 minute recess while she has sidebar with prosecution and defense. So I'm wondering, I mean, this is the first time we've seen that happen. 20 to 30 minute recess. First thing in the morning here. It looks a lot like I mean, I don't know what it looks like, but it's the first time we're seeing that. So if I'm speculating, I'm wondering if the defense plans on bringing in the federal investigation, and they're discussing that.
Oh, okay, all right. Are they talking Auntie Bev?
Yeah. So
that's gotta be it. Yeah.
Right. Auntie Bev is like 20-30 minutes to have a sidebar. So and this Higgins dude, he didn't drop any bombs necessarily during the and there wasn't a lot of objections, just a couple. So if I'm, like I said, if I'm speculating, if I'm just thinking out loud and speculating, I'm wondering if it has something to do with the federal investigation and bringing that into the picture.
That would make sense. That's a theory that actually, makes sense. Unlike a lot of the other shit I hear from people, but yeah, that adds up, man. We'll see. What else did I say? So he said he left there at between 12:30 and 1, right? So why the fuck did he go at all? Like, so you left the Waterfall. Brian's like, come to my house for the after party. And then he goes there and he's like, all right, I'll go inside. Wait, there's no beer here. See you later. This is gay.
There's only beer here.
There's only beer here?
You're right.
Wait a minute, you don't have ginger and whiskey? I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, wouldn't they have discussed that before? Like, hey Higgs, like, I know you don't like beer. All we got is beer, so don't waste your time coming here. Like, wouldn't they say that? Instead, they're like, he gets tricked to go there, and they're like, wait a minute, you guys only got beer? I'm out of here. I'm going to the Canton Police Department to switch out my keys, and then I'm going to go home and to my West Roxbury in-laws apartment, and then I'm just going to pass out and butt dial you at 222. Like, that's their fucking story.
That's so fucking asinine. And he's lying because he's like, well, I took my personal vehicle because it's against policy to drive any government vehicles when there's alcohol involved. So after you go and get drunk, you leave the after party, go back to the police station to switch out and move around a bunch of government vehicles. What?
Yeah,
that makes no sense, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's against government policy to drink alcohol and drive a government car. It's also against the law.
Right.
Fucking idiot.
Right.
my goodness.
It's against the law to drive drunk, stupid.
Oh, and I know you're not from Massachusetts, dude. We don't all talk like this. Like these fucking people are they're such like wannabe, like they just want to like fill the role of like, oh, bro, we're like, so yeah, we go and bought you a beer, we got him a drink, went down the hillside. It's so cliche. These fucking people, they piss me off.
I mean, dude, I haven't heard a stronger accent than the bailiff, but that dude was going that criminal court, the honorable, like that shit sounded exaggerated as fuck. I'm like, wow, that dude is really local.
But just all their bullshit about like, oh yeah, drinking with the guys. Oh yeah, me and Brian Albert. It's just such a cliche. All these fucking people. Oh, they're all so fake. I hate them all.
And Cherry is she's English, but she comes from Irish blood and takes massive pride in it. Cherry weighs like $105 at best, and she drinks straight fucking whiskey, and she'll do it for days. Like, and I'm seeing these big ass fucking men who are supposedly Irish, and they're drinking what was it? Vodka, and I'm having vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light. I'm having Bud Light. This guy's over here having whiskey with some ginger. Like, dude, I mean, what happened to just drinking a little Jameson, man? Like, and I understand drinking beer with a shot of whiskey once in a while, but where are the balls on these dudes, bro? These are tough guys, right?
Yep. Big tough guys. They didn't ask him about the grab assing at the bar. They didn't. I'm sure the defense will ask him. Oh yeah, I mean, but it seems like he's. I don't get Brian Higgins. I don't get what. Apparently, he definitely has not flipped. Like clearly, I think we've learned that was.
No.
That info, like, but
yeah,
he's but the federal proffer, they didn't say that. I mean, David Yannetti can't make something like that up.
Right. So, and that's the thing is those of us who are just open to the truth being exposed in trial, we're like, the proffer, we don't know what that is. You know what I mean? That could be a lot of different things. It doesn't necessarily mean that he made a deal to flip. I'm not a federal agent. I don't fucking know exactly what every circumstances would fall under a federal proffer. I don't know. So who knows? Who knows what this proffer is? This proffer could be something unrelated, and then this shit came up in some way, shape, or form. I have no idea. But a proffer does not automatically mean that he flipped.
No, it doesn't. But he means you have to give them something. You have to give them some. Like, what else do you have to offer them? Like, what?
Right.
What deal could he have made with the federal investigators? Like, what? Like, what does he have to offer them? The same story the McAlberts have? That's of no use to them.
Right.
Nah, I don't get it.
Right. A proffer means to offer information, and that's it. So, I mean, that could be, I mean, the spectrum of what information is infinite. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Yeah.
I don't know who else they have on tap today. This is the end of week 4. We still have a guy named Michael Proctor who we haven't gotten to.
Yeah, right.
I mean, not Higgins, the Tully and the medical examiner, and it's gonna be fucking nuts. I don't know why they're basically taking the whole next week off. Why they're bothering to come in on a Tuesday, and just that's stupid. But and again, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, the whole week off, like I don't understand. And Bev is saying it's so that the jury gets a break. Like, I don't think the jury gives a shit about a break like that. But maybe. I mean, they probably have.
It's not a break if you're making him go in Tuesday.
Right. Like, I don't know what the fuck Bev is doing. Like, I give up on trying to understand what Bev is doing.
I'm looking forward to the end of this when I, get to interview a juror, and I will interview one of these people. I can't wait to hear about it from their perspective about what they thought when they realized Karen Reed was not guilty, what the biggest takeaway was, like what was the biggest moment that made you realize the McAlberts are lying. It's gonna be interesting because I'm sure if they're all 17 of them are doing their job and they're not reading social media and they're not reading into this, which I have a hard time believing, but after this is said and done, I'm sure they're going to be really curious to fucking read up on, so what's this Turtle Boy thing that everyone was talking about? Let's read up on this. Let's read up on oh shit, wow, I had no idea I was sitting in this trial that was so controversial. That's, come on. I'll be interested to interview these people, but I have a hard time believing that the 17 of them don't go home and a few of them don't, turn on the TV and do a little research on their own.
Hey, keep talking. I'm going to step away just for a second, but keep talking.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
All right, cool. What's up, people? How's everybody doing out there? I can't read the comments. I'm on the fucking Merritt Parkway right now. You guys ever driving this thing? It is it's like a video game. It's like you're playing Super Mario Kart out here. It's a 2-lane highway that zips through suburbs of Connecticut. It runs parallel with I-95. It's faster than 95. You don't want to go on 95 in Connecticut. Go through Bridgeport. It's a clusterfuck. So this is the alternative, but it's like a video game driving on the Merritt Parkway. It's wild. And so I'm on there right now. Luckily, this is a good time of day. Connecticut is if you guys haven't been to Connecticut, it's the worst state in the country. Worst state in the country, especially to drive through. It's a state with no identity. It's a cut through between Massachusetts and New York, two states that matter. It has no identity. They don't know if they like the Red Sox or the Yankees, the Giants or the Patriots. They don't. And then it's just got traffic. It's just a fucking traffic state. That's all it is. And there's 3 ways you can get from Massachusetts to New York, right? There's 95, there's the Merritt Parkway, and then there's 84, right? And 84, don't go to 84. You got to go through Waterbury and Newtown and Danbury and New Britain. It's horrible. It's horrible. Hartford, you got to go to center of Hartford. Don't go through 95. You'll regret that. The Merritt Parkway. But if Merritt Parkway is 2 lanes, luckily it's cruising. I'm doing okay now. I'm on task. The wedding starts at 1 o'clock. I'm going to get there it says 12:30. I'll be there. I got to change. Obviously, I can't wear this shirt and free Karen Reed to the cousin's wedding. I'm going to see all my family and stuff in there, and it's going to be my first time seeing. So, how was jail? What have you been up to? Oh, I went to jail. Just did a little jail there. Oh, really? Okay. You can't relate to that. So we'll see what happens. I just hope we get some fireworks before 1 o'clock. So I think he's getting married in church. So that it's good time, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, because that's lunch break. Good time to get, go do the wedding during lunch break. And then the reception, I would assume, would follow. But I'm going to try to stream my best, on the way there with Will here. But how's the I could, when I took a leak back there, I saw the chat. Somebody said 4,500 people are in the chat. Is that how many people are in the chat, Will?
Oh my God. There's 4.7K watching just on YouTube, and on Twitter there's 6,785. So I've got almost 11.5 thousand watching total right now.
Yeah.
This is wild. Yeah, you're talking about 95 being a nightmare, dude. I grew up in Miami. 95 runs all the way down to Miami. And it's a nightmare down there too. You just avoid 95 all you can.
It's Connecticut is one of the most crowded states in the country, and it's just it connects New York City, to Boston, obviously, and it's just fucking horrible. I hate this state so much. I can't stand Connecticut. It's got no identity except for college basketball. They're really fucking good at that, and I hate that they're better than us in that. But yeah, I can't wait to get out of the state, get into a real state. But anyway, what else is going on? I can't really read Twitter. What are people saying?
I'm gonna refresh Ted Daniel here. It's the same. Let me just look up Karen Reed here and see what anybody's saying here. Free Karen Reed. No, just Karen Reed. It's some funny just some funny memes mostly.
Some funny memes. Just
Yeah, people like memes of people throwing controllers.
can we watch some Plevin?
Oh
Let's
yeah,
let's
good
Plevin watch.
idea.
Auntie
Good
Plev.
idea. Let's do that. Oh my goodness.
I can
Yeah,
only
don't think-
listen for a few minutes before my head explodes, but it's just funny
Same
to
here.
laugh at them, you know?
Same here.
Like,
Hold
is
on,
he
let me-
serious? Like, when he says all this stuff, like, you guys all know that this is true, and I'm the one brave person out here to stand against the mob. Like, does he believe any of the shit that he says?
Dude, he's got Twattendoffer on with him.
Of course he does. She's a regular.
No, this-
And she of crusted panties.
Hold on. Hold on a second here.
Being done about it. So, when you're allowed to continue your actions,
Oh, big shocker. They're talking about you.
unfortunately, they continue.
Right. Right.
I
am.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm not fully confident that this state will handle this properly in terms of the charges against him and stuff like that, just because I understand why they felt they had to bring in a special prosecutor, but I've talked to several lawyers. Nobody was willing to take this on. And the reason is that they don't want the mob to go after their family. And so they got Mello to do it, but Mello is very, very sick. And you saw this yesterday. Brado was criticizing Foreman in court, but Mello can't really prosecute the case properly, so they've got a retired judge doing it, who is very well respected, but is a very senior citizen. And so I'm really wondering what's going to happen with this case.
So if your
I don't
case
know.
tanks,
I'm
it's
worried
because
the
of bad
state just doesn't
prosecution.
have what it takes to make it.
I mean, I agree with
to make
that
things happen the way they should.
partly. Like,
Well, it's very
they have
important
terrible
that
lawyers
that
fucking
case
trying to prosecute you, but
doesn't fizzle, and I say that because it has such long-reaching precedent setting.
Yeah, it does.
Ability,
Right about that.
one way or the other.
oh my God,
And
listening
so
to her
it's
is like
very
jerking off
important
with a cheese
that
grater. It's
a line be drawn legally in terms of what
First
is
Amendment
harassment, what is witness intimidation, and how does that look like when compared to a First Amendment right of free speech. So I think it's crucially important that that case move forward. And I hope they put the guns on it. They need to. And then I hope he has a fair defense. He's got a defense lawyer. Both ways it needs to be handled, but it shouldn't just fizzle out. It needs to be addressed.
I want to thank Marius from Norway who sent that clip, and he just sent a longer version of the clip. I'm not going to play it just because it's been kind of difficult for me to.
You hear these idiots, and it's clear that they don't know what the hell's going on, or just choosing to ignore the simple fact that they are just dragging this along. Like your case, it's being dragged, and they're playing keep away to keep you on probation to control how much you get to sit in that court.
Right.
That's all it is.
They have no intention whatsoever of actually convicting me of witness intimidation. They know it's baseless. They know a jury's going to see it that way. They're just not doing discovery. They're, like you said, they're dragging this out. And I still don't know what I've been indicted for with wiretapping. I have no fucking clue. I've never seen the charging documents. Nothing. It's like they're just fucking, it's just whatever. It's boring. Yesterday wasn't even exciting. At least at the beginning of this, there was some fire to it. The hearings were we're trying to get the phones, we're trying to get the stay away orders done. Now it's just bro, can you give us the discovery or what? And let's have a deadline for the discovery. It's oh, for fuck's sake, it's the same shit.
And how many continuances is a judge going to grant this case? I mean, I don't understand that. How hard is it to just be okay, I see that this was continued and there was a deadline to provide discovery here, and then I see it was continued to provide it again, and then again, and it still hasn't been provided. Where's the discovery? If you can't provide it right now, I'm throwing the case out. Why can't a judge just simply do that? It makes no sense.
I think you have to file a motion to dismiss, and that is common. We will be filing that, but we have to see the charging documents first. We have to, because we have to know what we're up against before we do that. Like, in times more justify that, like, everything I did was not witness intimidation. It was peacefully protesting people who were acting suspiciously and are clearly involved in some type of murder cover-up. Like, that's a normal reaction to do something like that. And that's how a jury would view it. It's like, dude, he's not trying to witness intimidate. It's like these people were obviously up to something no good. And this guy mobilized a movement to question them and protest them and expose them. And that's not a crime in the United States of America, as much as Jennifer Kovendoofus would like to be, because these are dumb people. It's a combination of dumb people like Kovendoofus and dishonest people like Plevin and Krusty Panties, who they know this isn't a fucking crime. Stop it.
Right. I mean, they that's the thing is I don't, the more that Twattendoffer talks, I'm like, how were you ever an FBI agent? Like, how were you ever employed by any law enforcement agency whatsoever when you seem to be the most clueless person I've ever seen talk about the law when it comes to the law? I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, according to Sean in the Gulf, who was listening to him yesterday, I guess she worked in like EBT shit or something. Like she did like food stamp fraud, something with the Department of Agriculture. Like she wasn't even like a real FBI agent. She was literally a diversity hire who they would bust out for like the camera whenever there was like an arrest to be made, and they'd let her do the perp walk. Like that was her role.
Wow. Is that how many? Hold on. No, there's okay. Somebody said that Plevin only had 70 people watching, but maybe on Twitter, but he has 430 on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then there was like some other dude, like I haven't even really listened to this guy. But I feel like he's pretty much given up. He was some TikTok guy, and everything that he does is just idiotic.
Who? Boundless Millennial?
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
I mean, he's not he's just a joke. Like, he was
Right.
on the Karen Reed is innocent train for like a month, and then he's like, wait a minute, I can grift more if I do the opposite, because like I said, the Karen Reed is innocent market is saturated. There's too many people in it. And so, like, if you want to make a name for yourself, you got to do, like, if everyone's selling oranges, you got to sell apples if you want to make money, right? Because you're
Right.
just another orange salesman if you're doing the Karen Reed is innocent thing. So there's a grift to be made. There's a new market with the, but you have to sell your soul, and you have to take on shitty people to join your cause. But there's enough shitty people out there to grift off of, and that is what Plevin has done. And Boundless Millennium. Yeah.
It's really stupid. Like in the grand scheme of things, like, because you're just pissing away your credibility on one topic. That's really dumb. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, do they think we're gonna? Like I said, no amnesty after this. There will be a reckoning, and you're always going to be the person that hitched your wagon to cop killers.
Right. Totally. Yeah. And you're justifying it because it's like, oh, well, you can't accuse other cops and you can't accuse innocent soccer moms. Bullshit. They're lying. Like, I feel perfectly justified in everything that I've said, and I feel perfectly justified in supporting you because it's all coming to light in trial. All of it. You know what I mean? Like,
say you can't accuse innocent soccer moms. A lot of they're basically saying that, like, oh, well, it was, if If Jennifer McCabe was some ratchet black chick with a crack addiction, then it would be okay to accuse her of this shit. But they're like, oh, you can't do that to a soccer mom. No, she's a soccer mom. Soccer moms don't plot to kill people. Only financial advisors who fucking are adjunct professors at Bentley do that. What? You listen to yourselves? Oh,
insane.
Up on the stand to say, yeah, he comes in all the time. He moves around these vehicles. He's got 3 vehicles there. I think the count was 3, 2 ATF or 3 ATF in his. In any event, and that's our policy. Get it out of the road. You know, get it.
Well, the chief is. I'm not sure if you're aware, Jen, but the chief is very, very ill, and that's why he's not on. That. Yes, and cancer, and that's why he's not on the prosecution's list. They explained that in court. He is on the witness list for the defense. I don't know what his current condition is and whether they'll call him.
Wow, no, I had not. I did not hear that. I'm focused in, I guess, on the.
I haven't heard that bullshit either. I mean, listen. Oh, we lost Turtle Boy. I mean, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. Oh, I think we might be coming back. Hold on. Because I hear chatter in the courtroom, even though it's muted. Let's I hear Judge Bev's voice, but yeah, Turtle Boy sounded like he was getting a bad signal where he was driving through. So here he comes. There we go.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah.
I'm hearing chatter in the courtroom, so I know Judge Bev is back in the courtroom because I can hear her voice. I just can't hear what she's saying.
Yep. Yeah, if the mic's on, that means that it's about to go back on.
Right.
You know, so. Boy.
Yeah, a lot of people saying hello to you, a lot of support. There was a super chat. This lady says she says her name is my boy Lollipop. She says, Turtle Boy, if anything ever happens, you best come to Ireland and have my back. You're a voice that's been heard, named in court by the witnesses.
True. I got a lot of publicity out of that. She did not want to mention my name for some reason. She put it on Alan Jackson first. Like, you put this out on social media. And he's like, bitch, I don't use social media. She's like, well, Turtle Boy did. And then people are like, what's Turtle Boy? And then they Google it, and they're like, oh, this guy's fucking telling the truth about this twat. I get it now. I see what's happening here. Thank you.
This is the craziest shit that I have ever... Like, Chasing is in the chat. She knows, as well as Cherry, like how many cases I've covered and talked about. And I even asked Chasing a while back, like, have you seen anything like this ever? And no way. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a case like this ever.
Am I on? Did I lose? All right, so I think I'm back. All right, we're good.
And JC Loring. Yeah, those of you who ask who does that dope ass fucking song, the Free Karen Reed song that I play a lot in the trailers and I close with, and I play at the beginning, that's him. So big shout out to JC Loring for that dope ass song. Yes, I'm dying. Man, I wish I was a fly on the wall right there, man. When it comes to what's being said on Sidebar here.
Been a long sidebar.
Right. I mean, she did say 20 to 30 minutes. So if I had to guess, a better guess, I would say, is the defense plans on showing evidence, and she's reviewing the evidence to make sure that, and to make a judgment of whether or not the jury can see it. So that's what if you know, normally a sidebar is maybe 10 minutes tops, but
Back when
20
I
to
was
30
on-
minutes.
20.
I'd say there's evidence that the defense wants to present and she's reviewing it. That's what that's what I would guess.
That's still on. Can you hear me all right?
A little, you're cutting in and out, you're roboting a little bit, but I think you're just going through a bad area. That's all.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I was just gonna
You're
tell
better
us,
now.
So, all right. So funny story. So back when I came on your program when I was in jail, and it's funny, they used audio from that to like try to hold me. Because at one point, at one point I said, when I get out of here, I'm going to be dangerous. I'm going to be much more dangerous to the establishment than I was when I came in. And Ken Mello used that fucking audio in court because but they left out the part where I said to the establishment. They go, I'm going to be dangerous. And then they stop it right there. That's how dishonest these fucking people are. I don't know why I thought of that, but yeah.
Dirty. And it's the entire Commonwealth. But the thing is your case as well as Karen Reed's case, it's still all Norfolk County DA, all of it. So this is all stuff that is just it's going to be used to for whatever federal investigation is taking place. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Right. I mean, I would hope so. I would hope so, that because it's all connected. It's all the same fucking people, you know? Ugh. You see Grant and Krusty having a little meltdown? You see that?
No.
Breakup? Oh, they're having a public breakup. I explained it all in my morning stream, but the gist of it is this, is that he thought so the fake victim showed up to my court date yesterday with what I assume is her new boyfriend, a crackhead looking dude. He's either Puerto Rican or black, and he's got he was wearing some brand that had the F word on it. I've never seen it before. And, I don't know if it's supposed to make me jealous or what, but definitely made me realize that, oh shit, this is my peer group. Fuck. You know what I mean? And anyway, Grant posts later on Twitter that he was like, I'm done. I'm signing off. This towel's whatever. He's like all sad and cryptic and shit. And then Krusty Panties replies to him, Grant, you want me to tell everybody the truth? You don't own a woman's agency. You don't own anyone. And it just hit me that I'm like, oh shit, Grant is jealous that he didn't get that she showed up with his new guy to court instead of him. Because he thought that the guy card is the white knight they get, and it appears that's not the case, and so now he's all and Krusty Panties is coming.
Wow. I mean, there's no solidarity between these people, which is really funny. There's just none. And look at the stuff that they're focused on. It's the stupidest shit in the world. I mean, you're really fighting for getting to the truth of who killed a Boston police officer, but yet you're focused on that kind of shit, and you're fighting amongst each other over that kind of shit.
Well, yeah,
okay.
I mean, Grant just thought he was going to lose his virginity. He was really excited about it. He said, well, like I said, Grant is, he's like this guy thinks I just am so nice to her, and I white knight for her, and I call Eden a rapist for her, and I do this and that. Then I'll get some nookie. It's like, bro, she don't want that. She wants the asshole.
No,
that's what she likes.
Right? Yeah. No. Yeah. Real quick, let me give a happy birthday shout out to Charles L's wife, Melanie. I can't get her away from your page to tell her myself. Happy birthday, Melanie. Appreciate you, Charles. Thank you. That's funny. Yeah, no, totally. Grant, that's the thing is Grant has to understand, just because she's trash doesn't mean that she's gonna bang anybody especially somebody who's nice to her. Trashy girls don't like nice guys ever.
No, never.
Yeah. You gotta at least, you could be a moral nice guy, but you got to be kind of an asshole at least. You know what I mean? You can't just be, you know, the timid. You can't be the guy that holds his pants up with fucking shoelace and plays victim.
No, she
That's
doesn't.
not
I
the
mean,
type, right?
No, not that she's that picky or anything like that, but like, you gotta take a shower at least, dude. Come on,
No, right.
do something, you know. Like she's using you. Like Grant, she's using you to attack me. Like you were useful to her. Now, like you should have got the nookie first and then like been useful to her, but you did the opposite. So you're no use to her now, you know.
There has never been a Grant Smith Ellis on this planet that wasn't in the friend zone, bro.
Never.
There's never, not in the history of humanity, has there ever been a Grant Smith Ellis that was not in the friend zone.
And he's hiding behind the like I'm bisexual or whatever. It's like, no, you're not, dude. You're not gay.
Stop
you're just
it.
saying that you're gay to explain why you don't get any pussy. That's why you're saying you're gay. And like because I've been to Provincetown before. Gay men are clean. They shower. They don't wear robes for fucking belts.
Right.
Like the gay community rejects you. They don't want you either.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I grew up in Miami, and like my gaydar's pretty on point, and they at least like accessorize with their clothing. At least.
Right.
At the very least.
They do. They're well dressed. What can you say? You got to give it to them. You know. But
Grant's not that.
Grant's just like a lonely heterosexual virgin who is just no fucking clue, like no game whatsoever. He really probably thought like she's gonna fall in love with me if I'm mean to Turtle Boy. And notice she dumps him, like, or you know, all of a sudden this thing happens right after Grant can't get into the courtroom anymore. So now he's no longer useful.
Right.
So while the jurors are coming in, why don't I see counsel?
I thought you were just seeing counsel. Amy says that Grant is an incel in her opinion.
Nah, I mean, aren't incels like aggressive and like they?
I disagree with that. I mean, I don't think that Grant hates women in any way or even feels superior to them at all. Like, I wouldn't say that. I think you nailed it. He's just pissed off about being a virgin.
Yeah.
Like,
and he thought this was the one. Like he's gonna take Turtle Boy's fucking leftovers and throw it in his face and be like, "She loves me now, Turtle Boy. I'm nice to her, and now I'm gonna take care of her 4 kids, and I'm gonna be the daddy now." And you know, it just didn't work out that way.
Right. And you know, I mean, he might have a little bitterness because maybe Wendy Murphy like scrubbed him with soap too hard. Like, you're so dirty. You're a dirty boy.
Yeah. It's like, dude, like, you know, she needs something. Like, what did I was, if I was a fucking teacher, she'd have no interest in me either. It's like, because I'm fucking Turtle Boy. That's the only interest in it. You know what I mean? It's like, Grant, she's only interested in you because you control me on Twitter. You control me. That's it. Now that Jess Machado's got an order on you and you can't go to the courthouse and like call me a rapist and shit, you're no use to her. Sorry, bro. See ya.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Now, I don't know if this is cross yet. I sure hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Nice. I'm getting close to New York or real estate. All right. We're getting through here. Nice.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time. And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, more digital evidence coming from Lolly.
In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
You want to
All right.
off the move to introduce
Turtle Boy, I'm
individual?
going to mute you only because
No,
you can
not as the
hear.
next exhibit. We are
Okay,
going
that's
to
fine.
mark that
Go ahead, just for now.
104A.
Thank you.
Yep, it's fine.
Yes. 103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103. So it should be
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the video on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
Okay, so these are text messages between Higgins and Karen
Yes.
Reed.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And
what?
How did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally? They're not numbered.
Sorry,
No, Your Honor.
I'm like
Not that I can
unmuting
see.
and muting Turtle Boy here and there because like I want him to
They're
give
not, so
commentary,
be
but I
cognizant of
don't
that when
want
you
the
ask
background
You,
noise.
you,
to-
you can keep
I
you can
believe
keep me
you are.
muted.
That's
You can
fine.
keep me muted, man.
Okay.
I'll just unmute myself periodically.
It's sort of in the middle of the page facing sideways.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, "Ha, how did you get my digits?" Defendant responded, "The Melissa and Lido show." I said, "Ha, I thought you creeped John's phone." I said, "Ha again." Defendant responded, "No way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it." I responded, "What?" with a bunch of question marks. I said, "I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number?" with a bunch of question mark. And the defendant responded, "Melissa had it."
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9.
So, I mean, what is the point of this? To make Karen out to be like she's a cheat? Okay.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, "I'd prefer a weed whacker." I responded, "That's the thing about nicknames." Defendant said, "We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game." I responded, "You don't have a say." And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, "Vacation where?" Defendant responded, "I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of AKs too, always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
What?
How romantic.
As either one of
I
those,
know. Like, what
you were
the fuck?
discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers.
This guy is the king of
There may
game.
have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't
This guy has less
specifically
game than Grant.
recall it.
Right?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
So my buddy got
This is
shot in
on
the
that
head.
same
You want to
date
come to
of
Nashville and
January
fuck?
13th, is that correct?
I can't believe
I
it.
believe
I
so.
never
The
used
date's
that
not
line
at the top
before.
here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said,
That's
no,
not a
you're not a
photograph.
creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
Wow, bro. So we're quoting Meet the
And sir, if I
Parents.
could direct your
Hot.
attention to the next
Is
page.
this the flirting they're talking about? Is this
This
the
is
flirting?
unreal, bro.
What are
This
we
is-
doing right now?
Seriously.
Is this a murder trial?
It's just like massive
And again,
secondhand
sir,
embarrassment.
If you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated.
We got it, dude.
You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I
This dude's
responded, cancer.
Insecurities
Defendant
are.
responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn her attention
Jesus
to the next
Christ.
page, 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20.
Dude, this guy's insecurities are overwhelming.
And again, sir, if you could read from
So true. Is this flirting?
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just
Unreal.
got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, ha ha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
So he's the third
If I could
wheel.
direct your attention
Okay.
to the next page, page 21.
Like, she invited him over to John's house to
Yes.
fuck him at John's
And
house.
again, if you
Stop
could
it.
read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up.
Fuck.
Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few. I don't know. All of them. Question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me?
Jesus
Defendant
Christ,
responded,
man.
no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way,
Planted a kiss
where
on
was
me.
Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip,
Oh,
lip,
God, bro.
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss.
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
This is definitely the most
What was
pussy
your
this guy's
reaction to
got in the last 5 years.
Right, totally.
I was taken back.
Totally.
Is that something that you were expecting?
No.
That's
And,
'cause you're
how
a
long
fucking
was it
douche.
between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? Question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Christ, dude. Like she's
Now, that conversation.
how much does she have to put the ball in your court, bro?
You asking her about why she reached out to you.
It's
How
so
often was
true.
that question asked by you?
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the Waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Clearly.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page. Page 28.
Seriously, dude. Like,
what a pussy.
you have never had a
So
woman
I'm in the
flirt
blue
with you,
bubbles.
ever.
Shoot straight with
dude,
me.
she's trying to fuck you.
Jesus
Go for it.
Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know?
Oh my God.
Defendant
bro.
responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
Dude, I could smell your hoo-ha
If I
from
could direct
here,
your
bro.
attention to the next page,
Jesus
29.
Christ.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know. You're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
Oh, totally small dick vibes. Yeah.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now?
Holy fuck,
And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no.
This is so cringe.
I typed kids
I
and
thought
then
my letter to
kinda.
Karen was cringe.
Defendant responded,
Oh my
how am I
God.
texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
He still doesn't know.
And if I could turn your
Still
attention
doesn't get
to
it.
the next page, 32.
Dude, what does she have to do? Put up a billboard? You
So it
fucking
starts off
douche.
with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said,
oh my God.
what do you
dude.
want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point.
Oh my God.
I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
Jesus Christ, dude.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
If I could direct your attention.
No, you idiot. The ball's in your court. You fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
it's been in his court.
Bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon and some type of a mark there.
It's a smile, you
Are you?
dipshit.
Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. Then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question?
Oh my
Defendant
God,
said,
dude.
I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why?
God, bro.
Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
She was using you to piss him
Something
off, you
that she brought
dope.
up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed thong. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Thank you, sir.
That was the gayest shit I've ever heard in my whole life. Jesus
I could direct your
Christ.
attention to page 57, sir. And ask you to read from that.
Yeah, this dude is this is the saddest fucking display of cuck I've ever seen.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page...
Do you like flowers and candy?
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms, with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? Question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why? Question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want? Question mark. Or who? Question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 61 and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page 62 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? ? Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? ? Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
Oh my God, dude.
Next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? ? Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically,
Jesus.
I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74.
Never told my friend that I was texting with his girlfriend either.
Defendants said, "Are you single?" ? I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, "You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, it should say, "You didn't really beg." Defendant said, "I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, "Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone." And then I said, "Do not do it." Defendant responded, "Maybe, maybe not."
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I could go on, but I do not want to pump," it should say, "your shit up too much." Defendant responded, "Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside." I responded, "You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places." The defendant responded, "John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly," with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what?" Defendant responded, "Yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops," with another emoji. I responded, "Jesus." Defendant said, "He's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, "OMG, great."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, "I don't need drama, dude." Defendant said, "No, it's fine." I responded, "Seriously?" Defendant said, "I'm serious," with an exclamation point. I said, "You legit planted one on me." Defendant responded, "I know where the cameras are anyway, duh." And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, "So your slick move isn't on there?" with some question marks. Defendant responded, "Course not." I responded, "Oh my God." And then I said, "I almost," an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, "It was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and Gay Jeff too." I responded, "Yeah, weak. I agree."
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. Can I ask you to read from that, sir?
Defendant said, "LOL, funny." I responded, "So now he is jealous of me? ? Defendant said, "No," with an exclamation. "I told you, he likes you a lot." I said, "Which makes this worse? ? Defendant said, "You said or did something at the bar last week," and he goes, "I like Brian more and more." I responded, "I think he's a good dude too." Defendant responded, "Yeah, he is."
So tell him
I
that.
responded, "Funny. What's your end game?
Next to this girlfriend.
What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say, the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun."
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, "It was fun." Defendant said, "I've complimented you today too," with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, "And kicked my nuts in." Defendant said, "OMG, how?" I responded, "If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's," and then I said, quotations. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why? Question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding? Question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded,
Oh my
I'm pretty
God,
sure
you
we
did
would have
not say
hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that? Question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
Wow.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? Question mark. What do you want from me? Question mark. Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I could now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? Question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? Question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just, it was just a weird experience.
Why did you entertain it?
I don't think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the Patriots?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing in a sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118.
I love Cherry so much.
And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the Waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Okay, so there's a significant gap.
A couple more questions for you. Taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview, and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, do you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at Sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, so checklist. Karen has a thing for cops. Karen is in her 40s, also at her sexual peak. C, she is not getting enough attention from John. John's not meeting her needs simply because he is taking on 2 kids and trying to do that as best as he can. She didn't realize that it was going to be like this. None of these things are motive for murder. Now, we could sit here all day and we can judge Karen and be like, oh my God, Karen's a floozy and blah, blah, blah. Fine. You're free to have everybody's free to have their opinions of Karen as a person or as a girlfriend, but none of this matters because it is physically impossible for Karen to have hit John with her SUV. Did not happen. Now, I don't know what happened to Turtle Boy. I guess he probably got to the destination that he was going to. But big shout out to him for being here. If he comes back, then of course I'm going to let him up. But we lost Turtle Boy. Now, none of this is motive for murder. There's clearly a gap. So the last time they spoke before the waterfall was on the 23rd. So it was about a week before. There was no communication between the 23rd and the 28th. Okay. And then on the 28th, he initiates the text with the well.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
Here we go.
An attorney, my attorney.
Yeah,
Is there
here
a
we
reason
go.
that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake.
What?
Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What did you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
You want to maybe approach for a second?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Turtle Boy because the courtroom is muted. Dude, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, I couldn't listen to the penthouse letters anymore. Like, it was just too cringe. Like, look at, I'm gonna be honest. Like, Karen Reed was clearly trying to fuck.
Clearly,
like,
totally.
It's like it doesn't fucking matter. None of that
Right.
explains the dog. Like, it's a distraction. Like I said, I don't care if she was getting run train on by the entire
Right.
Albert clan. It doesn't matter.
Agreed.
None
I
of
agree.
it explains anything.
100%. It does not explain the fact that it is still physically impossible that she ran over John O'Keefe with her SUV.
Exactly.
It's
just
impossible.
a distraction. All of this is a distraction. They have nothing. They have no physical evidence. All the forensic data shows that the fucking McAlberts did it. It doesn't explain how long to Diane Cold, all the shit. So they're going to be like, Karen Reed is a hussy. And it doesn't matter if she is. None of that matters. We're not, this whole Free Karen Reed movement isn't about saying that Karen Reed would be a good girlfriend or that she
None
would
of
be
it.
somebody that you should fucking marry. Like, nobody's
None of
saying
it.
that. We're just
Nobody
saying
is.
she's fucking innocent. Like, end of
Right.
story.
Innocent of murder, specifically.
And I'm
Innocent
with,
of
like-
the reason why she's sitting there right now.
Yes, and it does explain why, like, John's family might not like her, right? Because they've probably seen this shit they probably saw this shit a long time ago. So I get why they wouldn't like her, but it doesn't change the fact that fucking it's like the evidence is otherwise. None of this matters. None of this has to do with the murder of John O'Keefe. None of it.
And then what's funny is it goes back to Higgins having more motive than her. Because the gap was too wide, and he's the one who initiated the text that night.
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you've just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy. Yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another.
The night that
question.
matters.
Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A
Okay.
special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
Means you're on the
was I
deck.
taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer on the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you. Your
You're
Honor.
riding a desk. Just say you're riding
I
a
want to
desk.
turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
Poor baby.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the night before funeral. I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday
So,
parties,
yes.
for instance.
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
Retirement parties. Yes. Things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Could you qualify
an
that, explain
office
that?
there,
You know quite a
bro.
few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct? That was a joke.
Wow.
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
Oops. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I'd like to point out that they have this because of me.
I think I had some interaction with
This
him
is a turtle boy
when I was
blog.
on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert. And you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
We lost Turtle Boy again.
You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez,
Objection,
before you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
What the
Sustained
fuck?
is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Why is that sustained?
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
Oh my God.
You do know that
dude.
Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview. Do you recall? I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
The formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Yeah, what in the shit is going on now? Because these are legit questions. I mean, I don't see how these aren't legit questions. Simple. Like, do you know him to be a fighter? You're muted, Turtle Boy. And they're at sidebar, so.
Okay, what I miss? Anything good?
Just Bev being biased again. Like, Lolly is objecting to every single question, every form of question, and Judge Bev is sustaining every single one of them, and now she called sidebar. But he asked him if he knew Eddie Hernandez. Eddie Hernandez and him, he's known Eddie Hernandez the longest, and he asked him, did you see a fight that took place between Eddie Hernandez and Brian Albert? And then Lolly objected to it. Did you know Brian Albert to be a fighter? Lolly objected to it. He asked if he even specified it was a Christmas party. And then he also asked if.
And by the way, can I rant about something for a minute? Can I rant about something for a minute? Because I don't give a fuck about it.
Please.
Okay. Because I saw some idiot on Twitter and some Karen Reed supporters saying, well, this certainly paints her in a different light. If this paints Karen Reed in a different light for you, then you are a fucking child, like a retarded child. Okay.
I completely agree.
For some fucking reason, you thought that Karen Reed girl or somebody that we should look up to for moral fucking reasons. If you are that fucking stupid to believe that this movement, it's not called Marry Karen Reed, it's called Free Karen Reed, you fucking child. What the fuck is wrong with you that you thought that Karen Reed was some person that we should all look up to for chastity and God knows what and relationship advice? I don't give a fuck about any of that. I never will.
Right.
It doesn't explain why Jennifer McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 227. You fucking idiot. If your belief that Karen Reed is innocent is based on some retarded childhood belief that she is somebody that we should look up to as a human being, then you're a fucking idiot and you're missing the whole fucking point here. God.
You shouldn't even be following true crime at all if this is what you're basing her innocence and guilt on. Like the facts of whether or not she's guilty of physically murdering John O'Keefe has nothing to do with whether or not she was faithful to him or not. Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, we're back. I just had to get that out of me.
No, I
by the way,
completely agree with you.
In case people miss it, I was unfaithful
Yes.
too. But you still like my journalism, right?
You're
Fuck off.
also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building. That's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I
to
have.
bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is Irish whiskey.
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something.
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had
Come on,
4
man.
Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? And if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume.
All right. So.
Well, that wasn't. So.
Let's.
Wow.
Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the Waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, and decided to go over to the Waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Oops.
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the Waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Right.
Figure of speech.
I agree is a figure of speech.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them. You exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game.
Okay. Yep.
You exchanged flirtatious texts.
We did.
With Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those weren't.
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
What did I say? What did I say? The gap between the 23rd and the 28th is almost as wide as the gap between this dude's legs.
Thank you.
That substance ended on the
Hey,
23rd.
are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? Yes. Thank you. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Oh my God.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical, intimate contact with this read, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
Jesus, dude. Get a chalkboard and a banana, put a condom on it.
One of those texts
Explain
you
it
read
to
a few
him.
minutes ago. She was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
You
Over the
didn't
course of
fuck her,
that
did you?
Week or so.
Right. Like,
Ms. Reed
dude.
did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl, right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times.
Yes.
Like, that was your whole game.
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You're showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Get the
Well, you weren't
fuck out
trying
of
to,
my
you weren't
face
seeing
with
if
that
she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I
When
think it
you're
was
an
a fair
insecure
question just to try to
cock.
find out.
You were showing romantic interest.
Dude is
in
so gay.
Mary Reed,
This
weren't you?
isn't Dawson's Creek, dude.
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the
Real.
romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people. Right?
Jesus, this
Happens
poor
all the time.
bastard.
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So
It
the-
would
the
give you
objection
motive,
Sustained as to
wouldn't
the
it?
form, you can ask it differently.
It would
and
give you motive,
That
wouldn't
answer
it?
will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically.
To give her flowers.
No. The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know. Correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her
gonna
being
take all day.
non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal.
Have you ever
she
seen a
responded,
vagina?
It doesn't
Like, ever?
exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And
Dude,
she never once in any of
my
those texts
God.
expressed
Get with this
anger or
motherfucker, bro.
hatred for John.
Like she didn't even ask
No,
for
not
a
at
dick
all.
pic. Jesus.
In fact,
Dude,
she texted more. She indicated more of frustration with the immediate family, the kids. She didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
You just got to go
Um,
for it, dude.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you.
I wouldn't agree with that.
No,
Frustrated
she ghosted you,
that
bro.
She just stopped communicating.
Like she got sick of fucking
No, not at all.
putting up
Moving
street
through
signs.
this mindset of exploring a romantic interest. with
She's like, this guy is not
woman
going to make me come.
interested
I
in
am
you.
not fucking banging that.
It's not happening, right? Yeah, like I'm trying to bust a nut here, dude. And this guy's
No.
not gonna do it.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry,
that.
Your Honor. After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped.
Right.
Didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th,
The
27th,
27th to the 28th.
all the way to the 29th.
Right.
She never texted me, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the
Are we
text on the
going on break
28th
yet?
Friday.
We should be
All right,
any.
why don't we
yeah,
take our lunch and
Good
leave?
call.
All right, perfect.
What I'm going to ask the jury
Yeah.
to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch?
Nice.
And also, you don't have to answer me now. but,
First fucking thing Bev did right
All right.
today.
I got to go inside. The wedding's going to start. But thanks for. I'll try to join later. I'll see where I'm at.
Right on, man. Appreciate
You know how
man.
I feel,
Thanks
though.
for, yeah. Thanks for joining me, man. Appreciate it.
All right. See.
All right. Later, man. Enjoy.
How do I get out of here?
I got it. Dude. I can't with this dude, bro. Like I
So why don't I see counsel over here at Sidebar?
and obviously I wasn't talking about Turtle Boy. I was talking about fucking no game Higgins over here, dude. Like I mean, what does she have to do, bro? Paint you a fucking picture? Like what does Alan Jackson have to do? Fucking give you a whole fucking sex ed lesson? What are you doing, dude? Thank you so much, D Niz. Is he sexually attracted to your client? He's got a chubby up there, just reading the text again. So cringe. I mean, I don't even know that he has the fucking mental capacity to even be turned on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, of course, those are not, they're, dude, that's not even, okay. I'm literally at a loss for words because I mean, dude, she fucking laid a fucking yellow brick road out for this fucking moron, bro. For the scarecrow with no brain, she laid out a yellow brick road for him into herself. Like, dude, I don't understand why you and it's clear, like, since we're talking about it, because again, I agree 100% with Turtle Boy. I agree with every word of his rant. I agree with every bit of frustration that he had. I agree with all of it. None of this shit matters to whether or not Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe with her SUV. Nothing. None of this shit matters. Nothing. So this is obviously a poor attempt at misdirection coming from the prosecution here. But even still, like, it sounded to me, just to piggyback, because I mean, Alan Jackson's entertaining the shit. He's clearly entertaining it, but he's going exactly where I would have gone, not to compare myself to the legal genius of Alan Jackson here. But what I'm saying is there was clearly a gap between the 23rd and the 29th. Clearly a gap. So where she basically clearly ghosted him, clearly said, okay, this motherfucker's not getting it. And it surely seems as though she like finally put two and two together. Like, okay, this guy's not going to fucking meet my needs. Like, I'm barking up the wrong tree here. I'm seeing this guy for the fucking cuck that he is. And this is not why I'm attracted to cops. This is not going to be the guy that's going to that I'm going to risk my relationship with John over. Like, no fucking way. I'm pretty sure she was on to this early on because Karen does not seem like a stupid person to me. So if I had to guess what the entire purpose of this was to piss John off. She stated at least twice in that text message exchange about catching John hanging all over somebody in Aruba, which was this Sullivan girl, right? So she's clearly using him to piss, and at least he was smart enough to catch that, but not really, because he wanted it to be more so bad, and he was just hoping that if he wished enough that it would mean more than what his fucking eyes were already telling him. I mean, the fact is, like, I mean, at that point, and here's the thing is, okay, say what you want about Karen Reed. Fine. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if anybody fucking thinks she's a cheat and anybody thinks that she's a bad person and was a bad girlfriend to John. I don't care about that. That's fine. But the thing is, though, like, why did this guy sitting up there acting like he's the victim in this whole thing and he's being used? Like, this is supposedly John's friend. This is why he's having some sort of conflict, some inner conflict about it. Dude, okay, if you don't want to tell him about it, fine. I understand that. I actually get that. I don't want to cause problems in a relationship. That's happened to me before, where somebody is where a girl is into me and she has a boyfriend, and I'm just like, you know what, man, nope. Or even has a history, maybe, and I'm like, nope. But you know what you do? You just don't respond. Now, I'm not saying I've always been an angel. I'm not saying that I haven't entertained the shit, but I don't sit there for days and days and days and days on end, going around in circles. Like you just you just don't respond. That sends a message right there. It sends a perfectly fine, clear message. Don't respond. Right there. Like, okay, how did you get my number? So you went and got my number from some girl. All right, but I'm just not.
You are muted.
I'm not interested.
All right, to the court, please.
But you don't sit there and act all innocent when you entertained the shit for fucking weeks. You know what I mean? Like, you entertained the shit because you're an insecure douche and you couldn't believe that a hot girl like Karen Reed, or hot to you anyway, because, I mean, this guy's probably never had anybody hit on him in his entire life. And he's like, well, I don't know what to do. I mean, what do you want from me? Dude, like, grow a dick. Because, I mean, just even the minimal amount of a dick to have enough to say, hey, I'm not into it. This is too fucking weird. Seems like too much trouble to deal with. I mean, it's just that simple. It's that easy. It is that fucking easy. It's not worth it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to cause problems between these two. And you know what? You either just say, hey, sorry, I like John. Leave it at that. I like John, so no. That's it. Like, it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. I mean, but you don't get to sit up there and play victim. Oh, I was afraid she was using me and blah, blah, blah. Dude, if you suspect that, then don't do it. You know what I mean? Either you fuck her or you ignore her when it's that clear. You know what I mean? That's it. Either you hook up or you don't. You don't sit there and go, oh, well, I need to know what are your intentions? Bro, like, That dude has no idea where the clitoris is. Never seen one. Doesn't probably even know that that's part of the vagina. Probably has no fucking idea. Has no clue. That dude does not know what a clitoris is or where to find it, much less. Guaranteed. Text or screenshots, not extraction. True. But I mean, I'm not doubting. Listen, I'm shooting that down right now. I'm not doubting that the texts are real. I mean, Alan Jackson's not denying that. He's not going for that, you know? So, I mean, again, you fall under that same category. If you're focused on whether or not Karen Reed is this, you know, if you by sitting there and you've been looking at Karen Reed like she's sitting there like this, like Turtle Boy put it, like this model for chastity, you're out of your fucking mind. Clever, come on, buddy. Thank you. If you're gonna scratch, do it where you're not shaking my desk. Thank you. You just like you're out of your mind. You're like if you're somehow weighing Karen's sexual needs or character and how she deals with her sexual needs and somehow playing that into this case, you're fucking dumb. You're just fucking dumb. Like seriously. Like you're focused on the wrong thing. Like go to Plevin's chat for that shit. Like you're in the wrong chat. I'm telling you right now, you're in the wrong chat. Because nobody here, at no point did you ever hear me act like Karen is this is a fucking nun. You know what I mean? Like she's a warm-blooded, almost middle-aged woman at her sexual peak. She doesn't have any kids. She's with a guy who is taking care of 2 kids that aren't his. She's never been in that situation before. Probably didn't know how to deal with it. Now, I'm not making excuses for her treating John carelessly. I'm not making excuses for that, but that's not what she's on fucking trial for. Right. Cherry is right on point there. It's not sexual needs. There were no nudes. She was pissing John off. Simple. That's what it was. And we know this because she kept mentioning the Aruba thing. She wanted the fucking Ring doorbell, even though they didn't. She wanted the Ring doorbell cameras to catch them kissing, and which they weren't even kissing. She just laid a peck on his lips. If she wanted to make out with the dude, she would have. A woman who was that aggressive in those text messages, and she wasn't that aggressive, by the way, but if she was even that aggressive in those text messages and those feelings were real, guess what she would have done? She would have initiated a makeout session, a goodbye makeout session. Okay? Simple. Very, very, very simple. Let me see real quick. Sorry. Not saying that's what's left out and on his, not saying that what's left out and on his phone. I mean, yeah, but you know, again, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't matter. Like it's pointless. As far as that goes. But dude, facts. I mean, you know, like, trust me, dude, women know what they want, and women know how to get it, and women know how to assess a personality and how to deal with what they want and how to get it. Women know this much better than men do, much better than at least a guy like Higgins. I can't even, dude. Like I'm pulling his man card. Unbelievable. Like what the fuck? Like this guy almost had a man card with me because he mentioned Jameson. Jameson's my go-to whiskey. I love Jameson. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking drown it out with ginger ale for fuck's sake. And I mean, like, you might as well just fucking put a pink ribbon on it. Like, you might as well just put a little whipped cream on the top of your fucking whiskey glass, bro. Like, I can't with these motherfuckers, dude. I can't with these people, dude. I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Like, Jameson and ginger. I drink Jameson and ginger. He said that shit with his whole chest too, like Jameson and ginger. Like, no, bro, like, stop it. Like, as soon as you said ginger, I was like, no, bro, no, dude. Like, at best, you put ice in it. At best. Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. God, man. I never fucking put anything in my whiskey, dude. Ever. Now, vodka's a different story. I don't drink vodka straight up. I'm not fucking Russian. You know what I mean? Vodka, like, I mix with, like, you know, Red Bull if I'm at the bar. At home, I would get, like, a Monster, mix it with an energy drink, you know? I mean, but yes, I'm gonna have. Oh yeah, I said, where's Tom? I was supposed to have Tom CPU on during lunch, and it's lunchtime, so I don't know where Tom is. Tom, I sent Cherry the link. Oh yeah, oh god, man, if Cherry starts drinking fucking vodka, man, like, I'm blocking her for 3 days. I'm blocking her for 3 days. That's 3 days minimum. I'm blocking Cherry for 3 days. She starts drinking vodka. That's easy. It's a fact. I'm a middle-aged woman with the horn. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's natural. You know what I'm saying? Like, this woman, Karen Reed, knows what she wants, what she likes, dude. She's not gonna fucking play games with this guy unless she's trying to play games with John. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, she wasn't playing games with this guy. She was playing games with John. She knows John's fucking Ring camera footage is gonna catch him fucking walking out the door with him and giving him a fucking peck or whatever. Thank you, Trevor. Honestly, this gives Higgins more motive. John probably found out and confronted him at the house. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Jameson with a splash of Crystal Light. Thank you, Tooch. I want to keep this one highlighted because I lose my train of thought, and I want to stay on this because this is the truth. Because this clearly gives Higgins more motive. That's what Alan Jackson is building towards. This is the foundation that he's laying right now. Okay? He's laying this foundation. Not to be confused with the pipe that Higgins cannot. He's laying foundation. Okay? Honestly, this gives Higgins motive. John probably found out and confronted at the house. John did find out. John did find out because Karen, in those text messages, said that John asked if we were hooking up. So John already suspected, right? So who knows what kind of conversation they had? Who knows what kind of argument they had over it? But it was obviously squashed by the night of the 28th because we've seen photographs of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe holding each other, being affectionate towards each other at the bar, at the Waterfall. We know that this happened. We know that this happened. So this was already squashed and taken care of. This is all bullshit, all misdirection, a sad attempt at misdirection on Lolly's part, a sad attempt at it. But it gives Higgins more motive than it gives Karen. Why? Because she ghosted him. He entertained it. He wanted more. He wanted to know. And it was more than just sex. Because if it was just sex, then he wouldn't really give a fuck. He'd be like, okay, well, she's just a thotty, and that's it. You know what I mean? But she's not just a thotty. He wanted to give her flowers. I wanted to give her flowers. He had fucking Klinger vibes. This dude had Klinger vibes. I want to do everything with this woman except touch her. You know, like, no, bro. Like this guy had fucking Klinger vibes. Straight up. She fucking figured this out. She looked at it that way and was like, this isn't worth it. You know what I mean? This guy is not getting it. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm doing everything short of spreading my legs in front of him, and he's not fucking getting it. So 23rd to the 29th, no contact. She shows up to the waterfall. He goes, well, I mean, get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna need Tom to like, what's up, Tom? I'm gonna need you to explain to these people what game is, bro.
All right, how's everyone doing? First off,
it's good to see you, Tom.
It was too good to be seen. This is something different. I can't explain what this is, Will. Look at, I mean, how do you put this to words, bud? How?
Well, it's misdirection. One word, misdirection. Distraction, another word.
This is support for a murder suspect.
Oh, you're talking about what you got going on outside. Absolutely. I agree with you. This is people who can actually look at evidence or lack thereof and show support. And
It's
I think it's beautiful.
4 weeks. What do we got?
Right. No evidence at all. Nothing.
Nothing. I'm embarrassed to say that we're here, Will. I'm sorry. You know, I don't see how they even got the charging documents. I don't see how that even passed.
Well, right. No, this should have never went to trial. This should have never even gone to the grand jury. It should have never gotten past the grand jury. Should have never happened.
And yet here we are. I do not understand this. And a lot of people, oh, there goes the 10. A lot of people are the same way. We don't understand how we're here. It doesn't make any sense to us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, somebody's like angry mob. Look at the angry mob out there.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Angry.
so angry. It's so crazy.
It's amazing. I can't explain the feeling in the love out here from everybody. And it's next level. Strangers are just loving each other for no reason because we all want Karen to be free. It's quite a thing. I'll tell you that it's history, front row right here. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, no, and I'm so grateful to you, Tom, for always being out there, number one, but always showing what's going on outside that courthouse. Because I keep saying that what goes on out there is just as important as what goes on inside the courthouse. These people are all standing up for what they believe is right, and it's important that the world sees it, and you're out there capturing it, and we're all very appreciative to you for that.
Can I just have someone say hi to you, Will?
Please.
Free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed.
You know who
It's
that?
Kelly.
That's Kelly Reed.
Oh, hi, Kelly. Okay, now I get to see you. There we go.
Yeah, that's the Glera.
I can't hear what he's saying.
He's saying hi.
I know. I want to see him. I know now he can't see me.
Yeah.
No, I can see you. I can see everybody out there.
You have a lot of support out here, Will. Like a lot. Everybody
so
here.
grateful.
Yeah, we want you to come and hang with us here.
Oh
This
man, it might happen. It might happen. It might happen.
And if you notice.
And if it does happen, you won't know about it. Oh, look, Liz is saying hi. Liz is in the chat and she's saying hi to Kelly.
And you can bring dogs. Bring Clubber. It's that even the dogs are getting along. I mean, really. And it's Scott McGinnis. Scott, want to say hi to the Glera?
What's up, Scott?
Hey, buddy.
We're good.
How are you? Tom brought the flag back.
Nice. Yes, the flag.
So that's I switched from my sign. I'm trying to hold on to the flag. We're getting like 25-mile-an-hour gusts right now.
Yeah.
Canopy's gonna
that's good, man. It's waving, man. That's somebody up there is making sure that flag waves, man. That's a beautiful
No
thing.
doubt. So we're out here listening to the trial, right? And we have the ups and the downs and the people screaming, that's not true and whatnot. So, these people are really vested into this trial. I mean, we're sitting here surrounded by each other in a circle with a little speaker in front of us listening to the trial.
Right. And I gotta say, I realize that a lot of people are like, I don't want to believe this about Karen and blah, blah, blah. You gotta make sure everybody knows that it doesn't matter. Like, the only thing that bothers me, what mainly bothers me about this is that Karen is not perfect, just like nobody out there is perfect. I'm not perfect. And but the thing is this irrelevant shit that was going on in her personal life is being aired out to the world as though it's evidence, and it's not. So now it's just Karen's personal shit being aired out there for nothing.
But it doesn't get us anywhere, Will. It doesn't get us forward.
Not at all.
Nothing they say. And again, I'm embarrassed at the amount of money that they've spent in this investigation and the people that are doing the investigation. This is not how it's supposed to work, Will.
Right. No, it's not. And that's one of the things that you guys are all out there for. You guys are the locals, and you guys are demanding better for what's going on in your town locally, and you should be. And that's something that needs to be acknowledged. Is you guys are seeing this for the sham that it is, and your tax money is going towards this sham of an investigation and sham of a trial. Millions of dollars are being spent to just basically drag this woman's personal life all over the internet.
And again, we've all read the same documents everyone else has read, I don't get how they get here. That's the thing. None of us do.
Right. No, that should have never even been entered into evidence. It's not incriminating as far as what happened to John at all. None of that shows motive.
It shows nothing.
There was clearly a gap that took place, and thank you so much, Joanne F. There's clearly a gap. Oh, look, there's Rita. Say hi to Rita for me.
Will, how's Clubber?
Clubber's doing great.
Awesome.
Hey, Clubber, you want to come say hi? Come here, buddy.
Clubber.
Come on here. Oh, he wants to get under the tee. He doesn't want to be
all right. We love Clubber.
Yes, he loves you guys too.
Tell Will about our little hangout we got here, about the whole.
Oh my God, we have such an amazing thing going on here. This is where we stand out in support of Karen Read. We are supporters, and it is so full of love. People come here from all over. Somebody was here from Maine today, and I thought they were going to be here all day, and I wanted to meet the children. The children came to meet us. I hope they come back, and people bring us lunch, buy us lunch. It's unbelievable, the support that we are getting from everyone, everywhere. This politics has nothing to do with this. This is people coming together for truth and justice, and it is so good to feel the energy and the camaraderie here. It's just amazing.
Yeah. I wish I was there right now. I got to tell you, it's you guys are fantastic. You guys are fantastic.
Oh my God. You would love it. The feeling of love here is unbelievable. It is so American. I mean, it just feels really good. People coming together. These people didn't know each other. I didn't know these people before all of this. And if people are just coming together, using their voices to do the right thing and stand up for Karen Read and speak out for her, and I'm so proud of this movement, and I'm just so proud of everyone, and love Karen Reed. She's strong. Stay strong, Karen. She's an amazing woman, and we love her. So
Agreed.
and all these people now are family. So it's so great. And you've got to come visit us, Will, because you'd love it.
It might just happen. You're not going to know when, but
Yes.
it might just happen.
Well, next week's not a good week because it's only a one-day week. But you come down here and it will be amazing. And the love that you will feel is like no other. I guarantee you, it is amazing.
We haven't had one incident.
No.
Just Allison rolled her foot. That's it.
Yep.
Yep.
And anytime, this is for people, who think they might come and infiltrate us or, whatever. We are on high alert. So we are peaceful, we are happy, and we are loving. And if somebody comes into the group that doesn't give us the right vibes, I want you to know, we notify the Mass State Police immediately, and they immediately respond. We have an unbelievable partnership with the police and the Dedham police. And,
Right.
we
This is
had
not
a
a
concerning
protest.
situation, and they're already on it. It's amazing. We are
Right.
We're working
This
with
is
them.
not a
we're working
protest.
together. We're working together to make sure that we can peacefully support Karen and show her love and be safe and keep everyone safe. So
love it.
it's amazing. It really is. And
it's important. It's important that people know that this is not a protest against the police.
not.
This is
No,
a protest
it's a support.
against. It's a
Right.
support for an innocent woman, and it's a protest against resources being misused.
Yeah. And we refer to ourselves as supporters because that's really what we are. I think like protesters have a certain, connotation with it, and maybe stereotype or whatever. And we're not that person. We are supporters, and supporters bring love and hope. And that's what we bring. So, we are here supporting, and it's just amazing. It really is. Well, you got to come down. You got to come join us here in Dedham, Massachusetts. There's a lot of history here. A lot of history in this court. Sacco and Vanzetti.
It might happen. I'm telling you, it
Yes,
might happen.
it would be awesome. And here comes the infamous John. Come on.
There he is.
Here's John. Come on. We got Will.
Hey, Will, how's it going?
What's up, John? It's good to see you.
Oh my
buddy.
God, I'm awake now because that lally will put you to sleep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we only got 45 minutes today.
I know.
Yeah, he put you to sleep.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, Wally's rough, but we got the whole rest of the day of Alan Jack.
If this career doesn't work out, he could always put a bunch of kids to sleep just by talking
This
to them.
career isn't working out for him. Yeah, this career is not working out for Lally.
No.
No.
All right, we're gonna start walking down this way, Will.
Right on.
You maybe you want to say hi to Karen if she says hi.
Oh, for sure, of course.
So right now, like they're coming back from lunch, and they're getting out.
Yeah, and I know that no matter what this bullshit that we had to sit here through, this painful bullshit we had to sit through all morning, my opinion of Karen Reed has not been faltered or changed and shifted in any way, shape, or form. Not even a little bit.
Yeah, you're live. You're live, and like people can hear
there's
you.
Yannetti. There's Yannetti. There's Jackson. There's Karen. Hey, Karen.
I'm live with the glare.
Come to trial.
Even Karen's asked you to come over, Will.
It might just happen. It might just happen. Wow, look at all those beautiful people, man. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
So are they leaving for lunch or are they coming back?
Coming back for lunch. Now they're going back
good.
in.
Okay. I was going to say, I was like, man, they only had 45 minutes. They better get on it.
That was quick.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's great. So big shout out to Karen here. Everybody here in the chat loves her.
Thank you. Love you too. Thank you.
Right on. Right on. How about that, guys?
Now do you know why I do this every day?
Oh, yeah.
Does it make
man.
sense?
Yeah, no, it always has. And why do you think I'm always referring everybody over there, man? Like people need to see this. People
Isn't
need to
that
see
just
this.
something else, man? Really? What else compares to that, Will?
Oh, nothing, man. This is the best. This is probably the best stream since I've started covering this case that I've ever done before. I mean, how does it get any more than this, man? I got to do the first half of the whole thing with Turtle Boy, and then
Hi, get 4:30.
see all you guys and say hi to you guys and Karen and Karen's team. This is fantastic.
I mean, Will, think about this, right? You just spoke to a lady who's accused of murdering her boyfriend. That lady seemed like that vicious?
Not even a little bit.
Closer.
Even a little bit. I mean, she's a I'm not going to put up with your shit kind of lady, but vicious is not a word I would use to describe Karen Reed in the slightest bit. No. That's awesome.
When you coming to Boston, Will?
Soon, maybe.
We're
Soon,
gonna have
maybe.
to kidnap you and get you on a plane.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. But yeah, so like that's what we get every day, Will. Like that is, you know?
Yeah.
That trooper bought us coffee, by the way. That
Nice.
cop. Yeah. So like the relationship we have with them is really good. Like it's a working relationship.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I love that. Because again, it's important people know you guys are not anti-police. Nobody here is anti-police.
Not in any way.
We just want good police. You know, we want the bad apples to be separated from the good ones. You know, and there's only a few bad apples.
And it seems like it's too much to ask lately. That enough of this. And they picked the wrong person to mess with. I'll tell you that much. They definitely picked the wrong person.
Tom, why is the only shade in the buffer zone?
I don't know, but oh
yeah, everyone here backs the blue, man. That's absolutely absolutely.
Will, I gotta thank you, by the way, on another note. Thank you for like always shouting out to me and stuff like that. Like it makes me just smile ear to ear when you say that. And I just hit 8,000 viewers. So man, I'm sorry, 8,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
Huge.
man, that's fantastic. And you deserve it. You deserve every single one and more. Everybody needs to sub to Tom CPU, guys. Because he's doing this, and I got a bigger audience, I think, than I've ever had covering this trial so far. So for those of you who are new to the channel, make sure you sub up to Tom CPU because he's constantly every day at trial covering what's going on outside that courthouse, and it looks just like that every single time, rain or shine.
Yep,
Tom is out there. All those beautiful people are out there, and it's inspiring.
Magical.
To say the least.
It's magical. It really is magical.
Absolutely.
I mean, people leave. They get up and they walk away. They leave their purses. They leave their purses on the ground, and no one touches them. Nobody. It's that type of an atmosphere. Will, like
I love
it. I can't put it in words. It's just. It's so. It's not. It's not anything that would be construed bad in any way. You know. It's hard to explain.
No, we all get it, man. We all get it.
What's that, Will? Oh, what's up, Will? It's Paul. Paul wants to say hi.
Paul, what's up, buddy?
While I have you, I want to thank you, guests, all you people that watch the show. We raised over $18,000 worth of popcorn for Karen Reed.
I saw that. That's amazing.
Which is $9,400 donation to her defense fund. That's fucking amazing.
Wow.
Thank you to everybody.
Wow.
Now let's
Good
get ready
job.
for some fireworks in the second half.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Jackson's not taking any prisoners.
Yeah.
Jackson's not taking any prisoners. He's just setting them up for the FBI to do it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, there's something coming up. Shattered. My rain guard shattered. Look at all the pieces everywhere.
Oh my. Listen, everybody, just a heads up. We are having another protest Wednesday, not a protest, we're having a march Wednesday at Castle Island. We're going to do a little get together, 12 o'clock, Castle Island. Bring your American flags. We're going to do something there. You'll see that. It's going to be beautiful.
I love it.
Castle
All right.
Island.
All right. I think Court's coming back, Tom. So I'm
All
going to
right,
go
bud.
ahead and
Listen,
let
Will,
you go.
thank you again. I appreciate everything. And Cherry, I think it's her birthday, so give her a kiss from me.
Thank you for everything you do, and make sure everybody out there knows that I said thank you, and everybody here appreciates them for what they're doing out there, and what you guys are doing out there.
Much love.
Yeah, much love to all of you guys. Thank you, Tom. All right, buddy. We'll talk soon.
Later, bud. Yep.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I think we're about to be back, folks. I heard this is unmuted. I heard the thing say you're unmuted. So I'm going to step away just for a second here and leave this going. All right. Let's see. Oh, I want to miss this. Dag Nabbit, thank you so much. To Kelly Reed, please let Karen know that everyone knows those texts were an ugly attempt by Lolly to smear her. It failed and didn't matter. Nobody cares. Keep your chin up, girl. We got you. No dance, please. You got it. No dance. No dance during trial. Now, I might have done it while we're waiting, but we're too close to them coming back to where I would have done that. But right on. Thank you, Dag Nabbit. I appreciate you. And how about that, man? So pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. I got the invite from Karen Reed herself to come to the trial, man. That was pretty awesome. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, this is it's a hell of a day. How about that, folks? Turtle Boy joining me for the first half of the day and getting to say hi to everybody out there and outside of the courthouse, and just fantastic. I mean, how inspiring are those beautiful people, man? Seriously. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. They're supposed to be back any second, any minute now. I'm gonna go. Okay, Clever needs to go out, so I'm gonna leave this up. I might miss a minute or two of it myself, but I'm gonna leave it up for you guys because my little man needs to go outside. So. All right. I guess they're still getting their shit together. Yeah. So, yeah. So big round of applause for the people outside that courthouse, man. For all the Karen Reed supporters. There we I mean, dude, yeah, like people are. If you're worried about those text messages, then you fell for misdirection attempted by the second worst lawyer I've ever seen in my life. I mean, then you're a sucker. Seriously, those text messages mean nothing. And it's infuriating too, because basically not only is this woman being put on trial for something, for a crime that she clearly didn't commit, but now her dirty laundry was aired out there for nothing. Like, it served no purpose but to smear her. It didn't prove anything. It didn't even imply anything that was relevant to her charges, relevant to her prosecution. Nothing. I mean, I don't need to know these things about people. It was the same thing when Turtle Boy's personal shit got aired out there. I was just like, why do I, it pisses me off that I got to go over this shit, because it shouldn't even be out there for the public. I don't need to know about people's text exchanges, especially when they have nothing to do with the crime. Absolutely nothing. It's infuriating, really, when you think about it. It's fucking infuriating. I wonder if I got time to do this. Let me let's see. So I've got Tammy. I'm going over some cash apps here. Tammy sent $5 this morning without a note. Sometimes they don't have notes. And then we have Tyrone says, for all they tried to add context to direct questions. They all tried to add context to direct questions. Agreed. Yeah, bullshit. Gerard says, no justice, no peace. And then, okay, I think we're coming back now. And I'll get to the rest later. But thank you for all of you that I just named.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
Big shout out to the
Right,
Bentley
can we have
grads.
Mr. Higgins, please?
Mr. Higgins, please.
And thank you, Patricia, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. And here we go.
Just a reminder, you're still on vote.
right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her.
They lagged.
In an effort to try to prompt the conversation
this
to
guy.
continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. Something that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. With court permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond with that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, went into the early morning of the 29th with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th?
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
What a fucking
So you were on
liar.
a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
I call
Even though he's a good
bullshit.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th. When you got back from New York? When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove over to the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the Waterfall?
I'm sorry.
I was at the Waterfall.
Left the Waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did
Yeah,
she
dude.
ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What her interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was
Easy
working the
there,
room, talking to
Tinkerbell.
people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way. No.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No,
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant,
Nice.
well,
Get 'em.
when are you going to pay attention to me?
Right.
No, that's not correct.
No?
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
Bruh.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed
Now
going
the
back
jury
to
knows
Brian
he's a
Albert's
liar.
house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the Waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're the, if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the Waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Enter microdots.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay.
Again, physically impossible for Karen Reed to have gunned it in reverse,
You indicated
hit
the plow
John,
was a 6 foot.
and John not at
1 inch
least
plow?
hit his plow.
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing, is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
Basement.
The basement.
There you
And
go.
the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
There we go.
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, Where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
Motherfucker, you were downstairs in the basement, bitch.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins.
You understand the question.
The only floor beneath it is the basement.
Okay.
And someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question.
Dude, stop it.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos.
Stop trying to think of how you're going to weasel out of that question.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When?
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath?
Yes.
In that proceeding? During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins.
Ryan never went into the house, dude. He never even got out of the truck.
A tall, dark-haired male entered the house.
Try again.
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to somebody's brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Ryan never went into the house, homie. He never even got out of the truck. Try again.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well,
Come on, man. Stop it.
when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page
Dude.
485.
Stop it.
Yes. If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part.
You're welcome. Yeah. So either he's talking about Ryan Nagel or he's talking about John O'Keefe. Dollars to donuts, he's not talking about Ryan Nagel. Nice try, though.
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I asked you a very simple question. Is that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house at least briefly in your
he's talking
testimony,
about Colin.
correct?
Yes.
He's talking about Colin.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did
'Cause
that
he would've said
unidentified
John.
male
Talking about John.
enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house. Yes or no? Yes or no? It was that proceeding.
Can you answer that yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here. Facts.
May I approach that? Yes. That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
No.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
Well, I
Well, in
wish
fact, at that
goodbye.
same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
And all they had was
Except you didn't
beer.
go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right.
Right.
It
Exactly.
wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving
To move
You
government
walked out
vehicles.
the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not three. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few
Yeah,
degrees.
don't try to play dumb now.
That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look
There you
for
go.
things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if
Come
there
on,
was a
man.
body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left
The
34
fucking
Fairview,
morning,
the
bro.
Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial
Yeah,
interview
let's
with
explore
Massachusetts
that.
State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So
Is
when you
it?
say I went to Canton PD to do administrative.
So a valet
work or
is an
administrative
administrator?
obligations, You meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
They valet?
Not really.
Come on, dude.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Oh, we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. Put everything up.
Dude.
Can you just open the window? Why it's hot over the window? Nancy, are you hot over here?
Man, this is some bullshit. Boo this man.
You want to put it there?
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
Maybe seated.
Yeah, there's a juror possibly having an issue. Can't have that. So
If you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there. Nancy Paul will do it.
okay, guys, calm down. There's no fixing the jury, at least no evidence of that yet.
You are muted.
Let's relax. Let's not jump to conclusions. Let's be logical here. Okay. Maybe a juror's not feeling good. We don't know what's going on. Just chill. Yeah, it's a hot day today. Y'all are killing me, man. Okay, yeah. Ted Daniel is saying that they're bringing a fan in for the jury. So that's just what we're waiting on, is they're bringing a fan in for the jury. Ted Daniel is a reporter for Boston 25 News. He's inside the courtroom, tweeting a play-by-play, so to speak.
Need to see how she's doing.
Okay,
For the court, please.
yeah, so jurors having an issue, and they're going to take a short recess. No, I think there is an AC in there. Ooh, hot mic. Sorry, they don't have the mic muted right now, so I'm just kind of listening.
What? No.
Yeah, like that always trips me out. I mean, all the money that they spend on these bullshit sham trials, man, like they can't fucking put an AC in that building. Come on, man. I always trip out too. Like, you ever watch like those movies where like there's a court hearing in the South, like in Georgia, in Savannah, and then like you just see like the attorneys are always like, on the night in question, did you happen to see a body laying out on the front lawn? You, sir, are a liar. Like, everybody's always sweating in court in Savannah, Georgia. Why? I never understood that shit. I was just, why the fuck do they have AC? I never got that shit. The courthouse has AC. No, I mean, I'm sure, like, I think it's just an issue with a juror. You know, they're probably not used to how hot it is outside, and you know, and thank you, Hellfish Haven. Not staying hydrated, it seems. Yeah, it's something as simple as that. Dude, there's a lot of people in there. It's crowded. It's like the hottest day of the year so far. I mean, yeah, nobody talks. I mean, I know you're from, like, if you're from Georgia, like, I've been to Savannah, but I mean, I haven't spent enough time there. I used to live in Georgia. I used to live in Atlanta, but for some reason, everybody in the movies, even in Atlanta, talk like they're from Savannah back in like 1961. So fucking weird. Never understood that shit. And these so-called text messages explain to the jury how you, of all people, did not see the signals coming from this young harlot. Come on, man. So fucking weird. Let me see real quick. I got a bunch of Venmos, man. That's pretty awesome. Thank you guys. I got one from Joseph saying free Karen Reed. I got another one from Stacy saying speak Spanish to us. Free Karen Reed. Habla español contigo. Estoy hablando español contigo. ¡Qué bueno! ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Qué calor! ¡Qué calor! There you go. Okay. And Derek says, need to hear the super chat song. Lolly is worse than lame on direct. You got it.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
All right. That's the first time you see the super chat dance? You kidding? Wow. Yeah, I don't really like during trial. Like it takes too much time, and like I'll drop a few little snippets and sound clips and things like that once in a while. And yeah, some people hate it, but too fucking bad. Okay, so Turtle Boy said it was hot in there. Oh, and I just got a PayPal from Paula. Paula says, "Thank you for covering this case. Lunch and Scooby snacks on me." Right on. Appreciate that. And I got another Venmo from Christine. Love your live stream. You're funny as fuck. Thank you, Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate you. And everybody else who sent monies. Appreciate it. You guys know that's not why I do this, but I do love it. I do love it.
Money, 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 money.
Fun stuff. Beth farted, really? Mr. Lolly, are you ready, Mr. Lolly? Are you ready, Mr. Lolly? Jackson, we're not going to have any more of that. No more of that, Mr. Jackson. Please, we need you to be more professional, Mr. Jackson. Eric, thank you. Erica, excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you, Erica. Love watching the trial with you. Hugs and kisses to Clubber. Have a great weekend. Free Karen Reed. Right on. Thank you so much. Y'all can tell I'm in a silly mood right now, right? Oh, and W. Chomes for what? AI Sheen because we outside. Oh, it's not Sheen, but doing it for Dina. And for W. Chomes, of course. I guess I'm saying that name right, but
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
I hope that juror's okay, man. I mean, it's true, dude. Like, listen, I've taken like fucking like 5 or 6 ibuprofens already, only because like those text messages were just fucking torture, like total bullshit. It stresses me out, man, to hear shit that's like none of my fucking business, none of your business. It's annoying as shit. But I keep a bottle of ibuprofen, like. just for this purpose. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm a juror, dude, I'm already annoyed with the prosecution. I'm like, why the fuck are we here? If I'm a juror, I'm going to be at this point going, why the fuck are we here? How did this go? How did this get to fucking trial? Because it doesn't even take a law officer to know that this is a fucking sham. Like, a motion was filed. The jury doesn't even know this, but a motion was filed to dismiss this case. A motion was filed to disqualify Michael Morrissey's Norfolk County DA's office from this case. Because this should have never even gotten to this point. And so many people lied on the grand jury. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible. No, there's no tainted jurors. I mean, I'm only going to get to a point where I think that the jury's tainted if there's a guilty verdict. That's it. But I mean, there's no way that they got to fucking 12 or more people to reach a guilty verdict. There's just no way that would ever happen. Jim. Oh, Jim said, well, thank you, Jim, for the Venmo. He says, well deserved for your interpretation of the Savannah impression. Right on. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, Jim. Oh yeah, I don't have that pulled up, but let me see what I can.
When we have the ACs on, you'd have to turn the ACs off. The room would get incredibly hot. When we did grind it here in the main courtroom, people, Judge Chernoff, a lot of people take their jackets off and stuff like that. It's so hot.
Shirts off? What?
Yeah, a little throwback.
It sounds a little dick. I
That was
mean,
the old days when you have to turn off the ACs for when we were in trial because they were too loud.
Thank you, Derek.
What?
This guy's over here talking about. Dude, I love the hot mic.
Oh,
I'm a big fan of that shit. Oh, that's real, bro. The abuela. Uh-huh. See? Dude, it's a little late to start whispering, guy.
I'll need 4 minute advance notice before you.
I don't know about all that, man.
So nice. She's the nicest person, Beth McLaughlin.
I don't know who
that Beth McLaughlin. Oh my God. So good.
Oh my God. Chubby dudes always have the smallest. Dude, don't you know who Ron Jeremy is? That's not true. They used to call him the Hedgehog. Like, I remember being a kid and getting a hold of porn and being like, how the fuck did you are unmuted? Like, how the fuck are they selling porn? Like, with this guy in it? Just a big fucking hairy ball of fat dude, like, pounding some hot woman. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, wait, are we back? Are we coming back? Ron Jeremy was the exception. Yeah, that dude turned out to be a sickie. Big shocker there. Peter North. Yeah, Peter North. He had Peter North had the stance. Remember? He would put his hand back here. The stance.
Thank you. Let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
Bro.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both
in due
on
time.
your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right. You said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat.
The
and,
gram.
quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning, at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
Can I approach you on?
Here we go. No recollection of any phone calls. I don't remember.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
I've got a short memory like an elephant, except when it
Look at
comes
those
to the
documents and
shit
tell me if you recognize
that
at least
matter.
the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, maybe a witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, what was it?
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Yeah, it's interesting because they can't say feds. Like whenever they say stuff like
I'll use the one with QQ.
a previous
and the one with 1771.
hearing,
Because
they're talking about
When
the
you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
when I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've certainly seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're lying.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
You can't, a human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
He's good, but he's not good enough.
I don't agree with it. No.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
There it is.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know
Trace
that
the
the
signal.
iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
Dude.
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I
Get the
speak with
fuck outta
anybody.
here.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes. May I?
Yes.
This guy is so full of shit.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. Ma'am?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink.
Welcome.
If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert, correct?
I did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
For over a year.
Come on,
You
man.
haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, like the
I want
jury
to talk about what you
sees that
did
you're
after you woke
lying.
up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The
Was it
very first
memorable?
person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Oops.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
Why?
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
I was
So
there
you
with
had
everybody
access
who covered it
and
up.
others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No.
what you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the Waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Why not?
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Why not?
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, that your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the chief of police of the Canton Police Department?
You're law enforcement, man. You're law enforcement.
No, I didn't.
Wow.
There was no reason to tell him.
Wow. No, you're law enforcement, dude.
You've been
How
an
the
investigator
fuck is that
for
not
some
important?
15 years, and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data.
It's
electronic
important.
Data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustain.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning when you, after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time? But actually at any time?
Boy, cunt. No, I to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's
Unreal,
my point.
man.
I'm just trying to break it down.
You're breaking. You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a
Dude.
search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No,
They didn't ask to search it. They didn't ask to inspect it.
no.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody's from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
Stay bukkake.
Do it. When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way. No.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend.
Dude.
These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. You can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Miss Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
To
She
who?
said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home?
I don't
Nicole
believe
and
I
Brian
did. No.
Albert,
I believe
allegedly.
there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there. No.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records
Trace the
indicate
signal.
that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Twat!
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, that must be exhausting.
Appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. it shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that even?
Sorry, I'm
You're
not
not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%. No.
You certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order, Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronological, it's the second to the last page.
I mean, he's already establishing that he's a liar. Like this is.
I have it.
Like you could sit there and be like, "No, I'm an honest person." Like you could do that all you want, but there's two different grand jury testimonies that conflict each other, and then you're saying something completely different from those other two testimonies right now.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see it.
Access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said 2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sallyport to front exit, front entry to Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sallyport at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sallyport.
Two
Yes.
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side. Yes.
And then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sallyport as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page.
Yes.
It's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right. And that shows that you were granted access to the Sallyport and then from Sallyport to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either enter into the Sallyport from booking or from booking into the Sallyport.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course.
FBI, open up!
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's give Higgy some support.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was.
Little
Let's see if I
relief.
can make a new one up. At
drill.
9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
Dude.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05. Would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right?
Right. So
Let's
you were
just look
fucking
at
there.
2905, because
Jesus.
I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach?
I was there for support, but I never went to the hospital to support my friend or the girl that
I see it.
Okay.
he was with,
So
whose
that
pants
would
I was trying to
indicate
get in.
that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to
What?
Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
Mayor Perk?
Yes.
Bro, you are fucking
We're in
lying,
fact
dude.
On the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was.
Answer that.
Okay.
There's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
I would. Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
You're not helping
No.
yourself.
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
That's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day
You
calling
expect that jury to
Brian Albert,
believe that?
aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 357, one at 358, and one at 407. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886.
Why did he ignore Karen's text saying
Once you have
John's
the
dead?
pages, I'll give you the times once again.
Because he's so concerned, right?
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 357 and 54 seconds.
.357 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 358.24. Look at 357.54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 357.54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 357.36.
357.36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 407.47.
.407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sally Port related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Dude, come on with that bullshit.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. We weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sally Port around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port. We know that.
If I walked in,
Correct?
Cutting through, yes.
Right.
Cutting
Was
through to where?
Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Dude, stop it.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the doors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
But you could have been.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
Wow, dude. This dude is just fucking lying. This guy's got fucking amnesia for an investigator.
Yes.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
You look at the entries for 612, 616. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the?
612 and 616.
Okay, I see those. Yes.
There was a call at 612 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 616 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
That approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
I mean, this dude is just like, he doesn't remember a 5-minute phone call with Berkowitz. Like, he doesn't remember all of these phone calls with people who are directly involved with this investigation. But here's the thing, though. What I find incredibly fascinating is his reason for showing up to 34 Fairview that morning was to show support. To show support for the people there, were his words. But no support for the woman that you've been texting for weeks, who just texted you, John died. John died. Not even a response to this text, but you show up back to 34 Fairview and your priority are the people at 34 Fairview. Not to console the person who you maintained boundaries against. Let's be fair, okay? He did not initiate anything going on with her. He perpetuated, he teased a little bit, but he still made it seem like the reason why he wasn't interested was because John was his friend. But he couldn't maintain those boundaries in order to console her?
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 612 and 616.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been. I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st.
Proctor
I
Trooper?
don't February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
Why an
Also
objection?
very quickly at Sidebar.
What? Okay. He's asking specifically, where were you interviewed? Okay, Sharon, Mass. Was it at a fucking church? Was it at a fucking restaurant? Was it at somebody's house? Like, you know what he's asking, dickhead. You're a law enforcement agent. You interview people when you conduct investigations, do you not? So What the fuck do you think he's asking right now? Where was this interview conducted? He wants to know where specifically it was conducted, because it doesn't matter what fucking city you were in. Nobody gives a shit what fucking city you were in, dude. What were the circumstances of the interview? That's what matters. Because already, I mean, February 3rd, you waited till February 3rd. Proctor waited till February 3rd to interview you, a key witness in this investigation. And he waited till February 3rd to interview you. And every time this guy says, I don't remember. I'm very truthful and honest, but I don't remember. Bullshit, you don't remember, dude. Everybody fucking knows that you're lying. Everybody on that jury knows that you're lying. You fucking made somebody sick on that jury with your fucking lies. Stop it. Man, these people piss me off, dude. So annoying. Really annoying.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No. Is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel he's trying to make it sound like something it wasn't.
Bullshit.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything.
Bullshit.
I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back
It
to
was
the
a
house.
dead
yes.
cop
And
on
that
a
was
lawn.
Before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying.
Wow,
see what they were
dude.
doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
But you had
Only
access,
after all that,
though.
that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding. in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
So
information was provided to me.
Brian
what you
Albert
actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts.
Yeah. If she
Sure.
calls it now, then we'll
You
switch
said,
over to Turtle Boy
yes,
on how he
yes,
car.
100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Dude, this jury knows this motherfucker's a liar.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion. I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
Dude, what are you doing, man? Yeah, he remembered everything for the prosecution. Absolutely. Of course he did. So Berkowitz called Brian Albert before. I mean, I don't know if he was the first person he called, but he called Brian Albert to tell him about the
Yes.
about the taillight that he found.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Because he just happened
What
by
your testimony
34
was
Fairview and
earlier
found a
in
piece of
June
taillight.
2023.
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made. Yes.
What?
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Oh, wow, dude.
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
Dude.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Dude, why are
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed.
Yeah, that is allowed.
Answer that.
Do I know
Thank
how to
you,
get rid of
Bev.
information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
Destroy the phone,
You
maybe?
could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or snap it.
It could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
For instance.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend. Yes.
And he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
And
He's a
does he
coworker of mine, yes.
specialize in
Makes him a federal
phone
special agent, right?
data?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Dude.
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both.
Of course
So
you do.
You reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself,
And
yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
Right.
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained
Yeah,
ATF agent.
because you're a fucking ATF agent, dude.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. So
Right.
pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or data, any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is not concerned, but I need to see you.
Dude, you are not looking good here, buddy. Like, so you were in the Sallyport with Berkowitz. Berkowitz is the one who calls you after Brian Albert calls you about how Berkowitz just happened to find a piece of the taillight on the property of 34 Fairview because he just happened to be driving by, right? So then on top of that, when it comes to the data on your phone, you go to, instead of volunteering your phone, you go to your buddy, your best friend, who works for the ATF and specializes in forensic data and extraction, and then you ask him, how do I extract what they need, which translates to, how do I take out what they need without giving them my entire phone, when you know, as an ATF agent who conducts investigations yourself, that you could just turn your fucking phone over and they can extract what they need. They're not going to use anything else against you. You know that. You know the law.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
Oh shit, I wonder what just happened right there.
Yes.
So Jackson just told Karen Reed something and it blew her mind. So I would love to know what the hell that was all about. Did you guys see Karen Reed's reaction right there? And now Karen Reed is telling her family something. Oh my God, like I would love to know what this is about. We still have 15 minutes. So, oh my God, dude, this is fucking crazy. I don't want to miss anything. I would play it back right now, but I don't want to miss anything. But Alan Jackson just whispered something into Karen Reed's ear, and she just reacted like this. And now it was obviously important enough for her to reiterate to her family behind her. So I'd love to know what that was. I'm not going to replay it because they're having sidebar and it could end at any second, and I don't want to miss a second of it. All right, let's see what this is all about.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah.
Karen is foaming at the mouth right now. Look at her. She's glowing. Something's about to go down. Yannetti's engaged into something right now. Thank you, Melissa. Hi, Bob Delaney.
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at Sidebar.
Yo, what is going on right now? Dude, hurry the fuck up, dude. We only got what? Fucking 13 minutes? Yeah, this is going till 4:30 because Monday is a holiday, it's Memorial Day, and then Tuesday's only a half day, and then the rest of the week there's no court next week. Oh, there's no deal going down. There's no deal going down. This is no, there's no deals are on the table anymore. This is Tuesday is a full day. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. So because Monday's a holiday and there's no court for the rest of the week, Tuesday will be a full day. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. And it's going till 4:30 because of the jury thing. Thank you, Cherry. I checked Ted Daniels. He's only keeping us up to date on what's being said. The last thing he said was AJ says Higgins asked a fellow ATF agent to help him extract certain information off his phone. Higgins says he wanted to give it to law enforcement.
Counsel, why don't you come on over, please?
Oh, come on. What is this? What is this? God, this is killing me.
If you just go and just stand next to your client, he
lawyered
Jackson's
up.
going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask.
Higgins
lawyered
lawyered up.
A couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins.
Higgins lawyered up on the stand. Holy shit, dude.
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled CONNOLLY.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelsch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelsch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, working any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an
Turtle
FBI
Boy, Higgins
resource.
lawyered
So
up on the
what
stand.
is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement.
Get 'em.
That's a federal offense.
Woo!
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank you,
Okay?
Your Honor.
Dude. What the fuck?
Do you need anything, Nancy? No, I'm just gonna grab a spelling while I have time.
Yeah, dude. Jackson's got him by the balls right now, dude. I love this shit. Jackson's got him by the balls right now. Like, you just admitted to committing a federal offense on the stand in a murder trial. Dude.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
You got 7 minutes, folks. 6 minutes.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take him about 2 minutes to get here. So, yeah.
You got 4 minutes.
Do you want these?
Yeah, so holy shit.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Boston Bridget, what are those? What are those? So as quick as I can, he admitted to his best friend, an ATF agent who specializes in forensic data. He used a machine in a federal building on a federal floor for personal use.
We have a very
order
few
to
minutes
extract.
left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood.
To extract
Mr.
information.
Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
You're not
Are you
aware of
aware
that?
under
What?
5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote.
Objection, Your
sorry,
Honor,
for,
as to
quote, an
reading.
employee-
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, I'm sorry, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir,
come on.
notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any
So
other
you-
information would
federal
still be on your phone
offense.
ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Right.
Police.
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
What happened to
Destroyed
it?
that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Ah!
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I could hear Jackson.
I had every
smiling.
right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
You dirty
Did you pull the
motherfucker.
SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
You destroyed the SIM card, bitch.
I think you were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, I
was.
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was.
It's exactly what it was, bitch.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't. And you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
And destroy the SIM card.
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how
Oh
I've
my
testified.
God.
Yes.
You testified.
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just
So
possible.
that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one
Either
question
you
left.
didn't.
One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
Ha!
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question,
Sit
Mr.
your ass down,
Jackson.
Lolly. Sit your ass down.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, that's it for today.
We will see you Tuesday. Have a
Holy
great long weekend,
shit.
please. It's very important to not discuss this case with anyone.
don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
Sure, leave your notebooks on the chair. All rise. Here we go.
You have to come back Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay to smile, Karen. It's okay to smile. Anybody still thinking about those text messages right now? I'm not.
You can follow them, yes. All right, so I will see counsel at Sidebar, Tori.
Dude, fucking hold on a second. I normally don't do this, but all right. It's muted, but Boston 10 ended their stream, but I want to know what's said after this sidebar here. If anything is said, I don't like to miss this stuff. And I hate streaming law and crime. Oh my God, I hate streaming law and crime. This motherfucker straight up was like, if I took the SIM card out, I would have broke or cut the SIM card. What a fucking jackass, dude. And here I thought this guy was just stupid when it came to women. Oops. Dude, yeah, like Mr. Reed is like totally engaged. He wants to hear what's being said at Sidebar. Man, I wish I could fucking hear what's going on. Dude, this dude fucking lawyered up on the stand, dude. That is crazy. No, Law and Crime has struck me before. Like I was streaming another trial, fucking it must have been at least 2-3 years ago. They struck Ricada Law too, which ironically there's some shit going on there too, man. Nick Ricada's in some fucking shit right now. Thank you, little Irish girl. I mean, a little possession, no. Nick Ricada and his wife got busted with 25 grams or more of cocaine and or methamphetamine. That's exactly what happened. His arraignment was posted earlier. Did they charge him with child endangerment as well? I didn't see those charges yesterday. Did they add those charges on? I agree, man. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm dying.
Madam Court Reporter, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, report, please. All right. Let's real quick. Let's go back and watch. Let's go back and watch. Real quick here. Okay, so it's right here. Oh my God, my pause game. Y'all. Let me see if I can get a better one here. Y'all are gonna love this shit. So this is when Jackson tells Karen Reed what he's about to lay down. Before he actually does, he tells Karen Reed. So here, real quick.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
She's trying to stay cool.
Yeah.
Holy shit. All right, let's grab let's find Tom's CPU, see what happens, what he picks up out there. Oh man, Tom's sound is bad. Let's catch them coming out of the courtroom.
They're ready to jump.
Wait. Alan, these text messages.
No, there's still motive for exactly what we expected. Why would I have? I know. What do you think you say? Why would we have? Tell me how much you think.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that sound. It's just the way that Tom's mic is picking things up.
Great job, guys.
Have a good weekend, Karen.
But not right now. All she did was give a waiver because I can't be here on Tuesday. That was just a waiver. Okay, so don't everybody freak out. All right.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks.
Like Sean, you've gotten all you got to get out of me this week.
All right, my friend. You enjoy the day. Have a good weekend, my friend.
Everyone enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, you too. Everyone was safe. We had a good week.
Alan Jackson, you're the best. No, you are the best.
Yeah, Alan Jackson is a rock star, bro.
Yeah.
This dude's like, can I get a selfie? Alan
You gotta catch
Jackson's
a
getting
flight.
giving selfies, dude. You gotta love that shit. This dude is a fucking rock star, bro.
I got you guys.
Yo, look at this motherfucker right here, dude.
Wow.
Drink it up, man. Drink it up, Alan Jackson. Attaboy. Attaboy.
How's your ankle doing? Is it still pounding? Well, we should get some time off. Stay off the freaking thing. I know. Step bud. Listen, you have a great weekend. Enjoy yourself. Get some relaxation. Hey, thanks for being in there, my friend. Enjoy your weekend.
Tom, have a good
All right, sweetheart.
Happy,
Have a good weekend. Yeah, have a good weekend. Get some rest.
Yes, yes.
Bye, guys. Have a good weekend.
I mean, Paul, they don't need him, dude. They don't need him. I mean, they got what they needed out of him. They got what they needed out of him. They destroyed his credibility.
All right.
They tore apart those fucking bullshit text messages.
What an awesome family. My goodness.
Dude, right? Microdots, dude. What?
Have a good weekend, my friend.
Holy shit. Turtle Boy was already on Howie Carr. We missed it.
Let it break?
No. She wiped out.
Oh, my goodness. I think it was good. I thought that was good. That was just dynamite. I always fall.
All right. Yeah, folks. Yeah, that's brutal. That was fucking crazy. I mean, right at the last like 15 minutes of this thing, all of a sudden I was wide awake. All of a sudden I was wide awake, bro. Dude, yeah. Oh, good call, Laura P. Good call. Let's see.
One text she said, I'm very close to John's niece. So it was a little bit of a mixed bag. She just didn't want to like anything that interfered with her lifestyle, which seems to include a lot of going to hang out at the Hillside Bar and drinking some of the other thing.
Yeah. Big shocker here. Big shocker. They're just talking about those fucking pointless bullshit text messages because that's all they got, and it's nothing. Oh my God. FR, thank you so much. So Brian Albert upgrades his phone the day before a prosecution, or sorry. So Brian Albert upgrades his phone, quote unquote, the day before a protection order is served, and Higgy moves to a new carrier the day before his order so he can turn that one in and destroy the other a month later. Yeah, right. I agree. Thank you, FR. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, this is I mean, he admitted with his lawyer, like at this point, I mean, he conferred with his attorney while on the stand, and his attorney, I would imagine, said, fucking tell the truth. Just fucking tell the truth. I mean, I took the SIM card out. And if I were to take the SIM card out, well, then, I would either break or cut the SIM card. Oh my God, dude. Let's listen to these idiots.
Just a couple things. First of all, I think that Brian was probably answering pretty honestly to the phone call question because of the way that the questions were worded. He was not asked if the phone calls were discussing the events. He was asked if if he was exchanging information from Canton PD, and I'm inclined to believe that that's probably pretty accurate. That he wasn't. I mean, he didn't deny talking about it. And then the text messages between Karen and Brian, to me, honestly, is the needle one way or the other for me. The only thing that I can say, I thought they would be very embarrassing if that was me. I think she looked kind of like a juvenile.
Oh my God. Okay. I can't. I cut it off before she could say, before you could hear her say, but even Kate Peters said there's no motive. There's nothing to indicate motive there. So yeah, this is just insane. Now I'm gonna just do this real quick. Because I mean, we just hit the 8-hour mark. And I'm just curious about this myself, so I kind of want to check this out.
Okay. Your appearance today is based on 3 counts to a complaint order for detention. The record should reflect that Alex.
So this is Nick Rekieta's arraignment that happened earlier today.
Cornahachi appears for the state of Minnesota. Mr. Rekieta,
Totally
you are
unrelated.
self-representing yourself at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Count 1 is second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. This is in violation of Minnesota Statute 152.022, subdivision 2, print A, print 1. The maximum sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and/or a $500,000 fine. Count 2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm with the user of controlled substances. This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the Kansas County Jail and/or a $3,000 fine. Count 3, endangerment of a child when presence with a sale or possession of a controlled substance. Again, a gross misdemeanor. Maximum.
Do all your coke out, Nick, and kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
All right, yeah, the guy's commentary is
I'm going to warn everyone again. This is a court proceeding.
I'm one to talk,
if you were
but-
in a courtroom with me, it would remove you. So,
oh, it's somebody on the Zoom. Okay.
any violation of that will be removed. Ms. Block?
It's somebody on the Zoom.
Judge, I just disabled people the ability to unmute themselves, so I will work to
There
unmute
you
people as they need to speak to the court this morning.
All right, thank you. Aside from Mr.
I
Rekieta
doubt
and Mr.
that he'll-
Cornahachi, no one needs
I
to
doubt
at this
that
point.
I doubt that he'll ultimately represent himself. I doubt it. I think that he's doing so now just because it's his arraignment. But as an attorney, even though he is an attorney himself, I doubt that he'll ultimately represent himself. I doubt it.
Lastly, I think I was saying that the count 3 gross misdemeanor has a maximum sentence of 364 days and/or a $3,000 fine. Mr. Rekieta, you understand what you've been charged with, and second question, the maximum sentences associated with each count.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, I don't mean to insult your intelligence, given you are an attorney, but it's important that I know that you understand your rights here. First of all, you are presumed to be not guilty of these charges. It is the state, not you, that has to prove what has been alleged in the complaint with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to trial by jury. All members of the jury would have to agree that the state had met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt before you could be convicted. You have a right to counsel. You have a right to represent yourself, of course. If there's a trial, you could give your side of the story and testify, but you also have a right to remain silent. Indeed, you don't have to prove anything, so you don't have to say anything. If you remain silent, the judge can't make a comment about that. The prosecutor can't make a comment about that, nor can the...
I need to know, I have questions. My main question is, what are the circumstances of his arrest? Meaning, like, what transpired? How did the cops find out about him? Did they go into his house? Did they pull him over? What happened? I have questions. So before I make an opinion as to what happened, I need to know those facts first. So I'm not throwing any judgment at this dude, being Nick Rekieta and or his wife. I'm not throwing any judgment at them yet. I need to know more.
Can the jury take that into consideration? You have a right to confront, challenge, or cross-examine anyone who testifies against your interest. You have a right to call witnesses and the public.
Dude, I am not going to Kiwi Farms for facts. I might as well go to Reddit or fucking 4chan for fucking facts.
Power of subpoena. You have a right to all of the state's discovery before trial, and including exculpatory information and evidence. And at the end of the day, if you think the court made some mistakes or a jury made some mistakes, you have a right to appeal. Any questions about those rights as I've explained them?
No, Your
Honor. This is a Rule 5 hearing. Sometimes we call it a bail hearing. We'll set this for a Rule 8 hearing. Under the rules, you have right to have that hearing within 14 days of today's hearing, but you could waive that as well, given your right to seek counsel if you so choose. Do you want this scheduled within 14 days, Rule 8?
No, Your Honor, I'd like to waive that. We can combine it into a contested omnibus hearing. That would work.
All right, so we could, for today's purposes, combine Rule 5, Rule 8?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's waiving that so that he can have time to prepare,
right.
which makes sense.
And before
Smart
you
thing to
ask
do.
for a speedy, you want to hear what the state is requesting as far as police conditions?
Yes, I'd like to hear what the state is requesting.
I didn't say it, but you also have the right to have me read the complaint today.
No, I'll waive that right, sir.
All right, very well. Mr. Kornhachi, what is the state requesting as far as release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting $50,000 unconditional. In the alternative, we would agree to RPR with standard drug conditions, which would include no use, random testing, no use and possession of firearms, contact probation as directed, don't leave the state without permission from the court, remain law-abiding, keep in contact with probation, and other standard conditions.
So for those of you who don't know, this is Nick
Mr. Rekieta, any
Rekieta.
objection to those conditions?
This is Nick Rekieta. He has a channel called Rekieta Law. He's a law tuber, so he's an attorney. And he's very controversial. A lot of people hate him, but a lot of people love him.
I object to the $50,000 bail. I think it's unduly burdensome and in violation of the 8th Amendment.
All right, what about the conditions?
Release conditions sound fine.
So he objects to the $50,000.
All right, the court will
bail,
set unconditional the amount of $50,000, cash or bond. Conditionally, you'll be released on your own personal recognizance. In all instances, you need to be law-abiding and show up for all your court appearances. Conditions are as follows: abstain from the use of alcohol or any mood-altering chemicals not prescribed by your physician.
Yes, Turtle Boy was a guest on his channel at one point, yes.
That will be subject to random testing. So the court will order that you meet with probation upon your release, sign their agreement, and cooperate fully. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms of any nature, or be in the presence of anyone with a firearm or dangerous weapon. And do not leave the state of Minnesota without prior approval of the court. Any questions about those release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. Did you say 50 or 15,000?
50,000.
Thank
50.
you, Your Honor.
Okay, let me ask this. Do you still want a speedy omnibus or
Dude, if he had over 25 grams of coke or meth on him, he's not broke.
can it be scheduled in normal course?
You rescheduled normal course, Your Honor.
Very well. Madam Clerk, do we have a date for that?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm just going to interrupt. This is Katie Block, the court administrator. Do you want this next hearing to be in person or remote?
In person.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Requeta, you said contested, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yes, in person. Yeah, no, that's crazy because I have a theory as to what happened, but it's not a coincidence that I just talked about him last night when I was live, because he was doing a live stream and everybody clipped him basically passing out, and very, very, very intoxicated. But everybody, clipped him and drew all these conclusions. And I defended it because I had very little information. I know that I have had my moments where I've been highly intoxicated on live streams, not on drugs, but on live streams, highly intoxicated on alcohol. So I'm not throwing any stones living in a glass house. So that's basically what my point was when I was talking about it yesterday. Now, as this is before he was arrested, sometime in between my live stream and today, he was sometime in between my live stream and late yesterday evening, he was arrested and charged. And I highly suspect that the circumstances of his arrest have something to do with him leaving his camera on while he was live streaming and going, "Oh shit, did I leave my camera on?" Which to me is funny. A lot of people are like, "It's so sad," and I'm just like, dude, okay, this is sad, but at the time, no, that shit's just funny. He was drunk and left his fucking camera on. That shit's fucking funny.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, timelines are waived?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk, just so the court is aware,
No, Higgins is single.
Kristen Pierce is handling this case going forward.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Divorce. Thank you, my nuts.
While we're waiting for the date, $50,000 bond, cash or surety, which means he can
And the
pay.
matter has been assigned with Judge Fisher. I'm looking at Tuesday, August 20th
See,
at
that's
2:45.
See, that's what I think happened. I think he got swatted.
For the state.
I don't know.
Without having a
but I
calendar,
suspect
sounds
he got
great.
swatted.
Very well. Any other business we can conduct?
Now,
Yes,
behalf of this, apologies. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I have requested to see two of my clients and have been forbidden from doing so. I would like to see them before their arraignment.
He's going to represent his
I'm not
wife.
understanding your request. Can you repeat it?
Right. So he's going to represent his wife and the April girl who was also arrested. I don't know the nature of their relationship. I'm not going to perpetuate rumors. I don't know what that's all about, so I'm not going to act like I do.
Two of my clients are set for arraignment today. I have requested to see them. They have both requested to speak to their attorney, who is me, and they have been prevented from doing so up to this point. I was wondering if we could get an order to allow me to at least speak to my clients before they come into their first appearance.
Gornahachi?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if the court is aware, April Multi has been released.
Okay.
And then I believe the other person who's referring to is his wife, Kayla. Is it Rakita?
Rakita.
Rakita. I'll leave it to the court's discretion They are charged as co-defendants. I believe she would have to waive any conflict, etc. But I don't take a position.
And to be frank, I don't know if that's a waivable conflict at this point, given they are co-defendants. But there's no request from the state that obviously they are married, so there's no request that they be separated. True?
Correct.
Well, it's an issue of denying counsel to Ms. Raketa, so I will grant the request and leave that as an issue for Judge Fisher. At least to get us through the arraignment this morning.
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Jailer, are you able to make accommodations? Mr. Raketa, how much time do you need?
Not long, just about 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Can the jail accommodate that?
That'd be up to the jail administrator, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I need to remind my wife / client to keep her fucking mouth shut. That's all.
I would have to talk with the jail administrator.
All right. If they have any difficulties with that, the jail administrator, since I'll be in these proceedings, should contact Chief Judge Beckman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Since Ms. Raketa is not available, at least for the next 15 minutes, do we want to take the next matter?
Fine with the state, Your Honor.
Do we want the interpreter case next?
Which case?
The interpreter case?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're gonna pull down the screen. They're gonna handle some other cases.
Okay, that's enough of that. So, I don't know how much energy or time I'm going to spend on that. I'm curious about it. Like personally, I'm going to look into it, but I don't know how much of it I'm going to go over because I don't like the idea, honestly, of exploiting a content creator and their personal issues, family issues. That to me, until established otherwise, is considered to me a family issue that I don't want to use for content. Especially the fact that I like Nick Raketa, and I don't. I don't know what the circumstances were of his arrest, and anything that's said in my chat by anybody, no matter who they are and how much I respect them, to me is a rumor until I read a police report. Period. Right, Rubicon, I get it. No, I'm with you guys. Trust me, I'm with you guys. I'm absolutely with you guys. I went on a rant. I was already in a bad mood yesterday, and I went on a rant about people using him for content because he accidentally left his camera on because he was clearly intoxicated. And to me, having done that myself, well, not leaving my camera on, but having been drunk and showing my ass, metaphorically speaking, on a live stream, I'm no stranger to. I've done it more than once. So I'm not about to throw judgment at the guy, and I'm not about to exploit the guy and sit here and be like, oh, we care about you so much, and it's just so sad, and we want to give you an intervention. And nobody fucking gives a fuck about this dude, because if you wanted to actually intervene the guy, you contact him behind the scenes privately and you speak to him. You don't fucking do a virtual intervention on your fucking channel. And like one of these guys even was like, so hey Nick, I don't even know you, but if you don't know him, shut the fuck up. You don't have any business doing that shit. At best, you do what I'm doing right now, which is I don't know the fucking circumstances of this shit. I don't know what's going on. it's fascinating and it's interesting because he is a content creator. He's a law tuber. So the irony, I get the irony of it. So I'm interested in it, but I'm not about to just start spinning shit because he's who he is. I'm not doing that. So anybody who does that can go fuck themselves, in my opinion. And I mean anybody, seriously. So I'd like to know the facts, because I do feel that this is a community and he is a member of this community. And I understand people having, feelings about him having kids and him engaging in, illegal activities while having kids, blah, blah, blah. Again, I don't know all of the details and I don't know all of the circumstances, and I'm not about to start judging the guy and throwing fucking stones at the guy. I'm just not doing it. So anybody who has a problem with that can go fuck themselves, in my opinion. Now, again, so if I'm going to talk about this any further, it will only depend on whether or not it'll depend on the circumstances. And once I know those circumstances and if I feel it's worth talking about. But as far as the Karen Reed trial today and what transpired and what took place, the whole day was a big basic nothing burger. As far as like his Higgins direct testimony was just a bunch of fluff and bullshit and just a bunch of smearing of Karen Reed, or an attempt to smear Karen Reed, and showing private text messages that took place between the two of them with the intent to show motive, which failed miserably. And in my opinion, based on the gap between the text messages between January 23rd and the morning hours of January 29th, 2022, and the fact that on the 29th, it was Higgins who initiated the text and got no response from Karen Reed. And so it looks to me like Karen cut off communication with him on the 23rd and left it at that. That was it. Done. She was over it. And as far as that gap goes and him initiating that response, or him initiating conversation on the 29th, to me shows more motive on Higgins' part than Karen Reed, especially since he was clearly lying about the circumstances of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. I mean, dude was talking about a tall, dark-haired man who entered the house. He admitted there were 2 grand jury testimonies that he was part of, one of which he admitted that he perjured himself. And then here on the stand, he's denying having perjured himself in this trial. So his credibility at that point was absolutely fucked with the jury, if it wasn't already. And then if that weren't enough, because that basically being, okay, well, Higgins is in the same boat as far as credibility goes with the rest of the assholes that were in 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. And then if that wasn't enough, he incriminated himself massively on the stand to the point to where he had to lawyer up. And how he incriminated himself, Microdots here is saying Higgins was handed his head. Absolutely. You're not the only one who has that opinion. Absolutely, Microdots. He incriminates himself on the stand. Jackson catches it, and he admits basically on the stand that he committed a federal offense by utilizing federal resources in order to basically let's just call it what it technically is, in order to use federal resources for personal use, which is a federal offense, which is a crime. And once that happens, he tells Karen Reed, or Jackson tells Karen Reed, that he's about to call him out on that shit. Higgins lawyers up. His lawyer shows up, stands next to him on the stand. They leave for about a minute. Jackson calls him out on this shit. And then on the stand, he admits that he does this. Tries to dance around it and try to act like it didn't, like there was nothing wrong with it. Then he admits to, after asking if he destroyed his phone, he says, no, I didn't destroy my phone, but admits to removing the SIM card from his phone and saying, if I did remove the SIM card from my phone, I would have either broken the SIM card or cut it. Basically admitting to destroying his phone, because the SIM card, as Jackson put it, without the SIM card, his phone is basically a fucking brick. So there's that. Now, I don't think Higgins is going to come back to the stand on Tuesday. I don't know what that's going to happen, but Tuesday is going to be a full day as far as Monday goes. So it's Friday. We've got the weekend, so obviously no court. Monday is Memorial Day, so obviously no court on Monday. Tuesday is going to be a full day, which is usually a half day, but Tuesday is going to be a full day, considering the fact that there's not going to be court for the rest of the week because Bev says that the jury needs a break. And I didn't see why they would, but apparently they might, because at some point there was a juror who was having problems and was not feeling well, and probably due to the heat in the courtroom. So maybe that particular juror was feeling overwhelmed. And so we don't want the jury to not be 100%. So maybe this break is a good idea. And then court will resume its regular scheduling the following week, starting Monday. Not this coming week, but the following week after, starting Monday, full day, Tuesday being a half day, Wednesday being a full day, Thursday being a half day, Friday being a full day again, hopefully, unless there's any changes. But as of now, that's the schedule. And so, yeah. And yes, breaks are normal in long trials. They are. Cherry and I have covered many trials. None like this. None like this. But we have covered many trials. And I'm going to go ahead and log off now. I just want to give a big shout out to Tom CPU as usual. Much love to Tom CPU and all the footage that he gets outside of the courthouse, because in my opinion, as I have always stated, what goes on outside of that courthouse is just as important as what goes on inside of that courthouse. And it was beautiful to be able to get to interact through Tom with those amazing supporters that were outside of the courthouse, and talk with some of them. I got to talk to Rita, got to talk to Scott, got to talk to Paul, and it was just really, really cool. And Dina, of course, and Kelly Reed, of course, who was outside as well. And Karen even gave me a shout out and and a request to come to trial. So that was pretty cool. So to know that Karen actually watches the channel was pretty cool. And see that she's grateful for all the support that she gets is pretty awesome. Now, and last but not least, I want to give a big shout out to Turtle Boy and a big thank you to Turtle Boy for joining me for the first half of the day. I always love talking to him. I always love having him on the channel. And whenever I'm a guest on his channel as well, I absolutely love our dynamic and our banter. I feel very comfortable always talking with Turtle Boy, and it's always a pleasure to do so. So I was grateful to him for joining me today while he drove to his friend's wedding in Connecticut. So guys, I want to thank all of you for joining me, all of you new subscribers. And I think, let's see, I'm close to, man, if you haven't subscribed already, I would really appreciate it, because I am really close to hitting 30,000 subscribers. I'm less than 200 away, man. That's pretty awesome. So all you new subscribers, I'm really grateful that you guys are enjoying the channel. I hope you continue to enjoy it. And all of the likes, please make sure to hit the like. That really helps out the channel as well. And make sure, guys, to again subscribe if you're not subscribed already. I would really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for all of the super chats and the Venmos and the Cash Apps, the PayPals. It means the world to me, more than the world to me. I still think you guys are crazy, but I'm grateful for it, and I'm really, really, really appreciative of it. Seriously, you guys are fantastic. I'm sure I will go live again, more than likely tomorrow. Not sure exactly what about. Probably a little recap of Higgins' testimony, and do a little deeper dive into it, where we can pause and we can make commentary and whatnot. But yeah, man, I really, really enjoyed today. Today was probably my favorite of all the days that since I've started covering this trial. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today for 8.5 hours. It's amazing. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.